Good morning. Morning, Susie. All right. So, coming into today, we have futures off slightly right now, five handles, starting to push higher. Gamma index is 0, so we have a potential 1% intraday move. If you use the rule of 16, divide VIX by 16, that gives us a little bit over 1%. S&P is at a fairly neutral stance. Implied volatility will have more of a impact today, especially on the Qs with Vanna has a right tilt to the Vanna chart posted in the Gamma channel. Most likely more active. So I'll be watching the FANG stocks. All of them a bit lower this morning. The fertilizer stocks are up. Most of them 1.5 to 2 to 3%. Mosaic is up 1.25, 1.75%. CF Industries, Nutrien, Intrepid Potash, and LXU. LXU is up quite a bit this morning. Let's see, LXU. It's up 3.67%, LXU. Okay, so that's breaking out. We sold LXU yesterday. I did. So we got the breakout coming. So I'm not going to buy the breakout. I'll wait for a little profit taking, potentially a nice trade there. LXU is up 3.67%. It's holding its pre-market levels. SPY and the futures are trying to turn here. All right, let's go look at breath. Let's see how breath is doing. Morning, Ali. Morning, Robert. Okay, so growth. At the close yesterday, we had a nice bounce. Both sides are working, so that's more bullish than bearish. If we can get the sectors, both cyclical and growth, to bounce a little bit more. Cyclicals a bit stronger above the 21 period EMA. Growth just below. All right, so S&P equal weight index, the number of stocks trading above their 50-day. We see we backed off a little bit, so that's storing up a little bit more energy. We got a higher low. CCI could turn up as well. Price action bounced at the 50 and 200 day. That's a good sign. We got buyers at the lows of the day for the past 2 days. All right, so a drop below the 50-day would be more bearish, of course. I'd be bullish above the 200-day. S&P 1500 composite. That's looking like it might cross over, so we need to keep an eye on that. We got negative histogram bars, so that's telling us to be cautious. This needs to bounce and follow through. Otherwise, we could see more downside. So definitely a move below yesterday's low would be more bearish. Above yesterday's high would be more bullish. Not my opinion. I'm just looking at the data. All right, so S&P 500 looked pretty good at the close yesterday. Pretty good. We looked a lot better before we saw profit taking. We had a price action right there at the 9 EMA, the dotted brown line, that's the 100 period moving average. The 50 period down here would be about a 4.6% pullback. Zero gamma, need to change that. Zero gamma is 45.29. All right, so that's 45.29 now. Above 45.29, we have OPEX today. Above 45.29, we'd look for 45.50. A move in that direction, we'd see some gamma fuel assisting. 45.29, that's up here. All right, so what do we have? 5 minutes to go for the opening bell. All right, so breath, let's see. Breath had backed off a little bit. We have NIMO at minus 14. It spent most of the week prior, that 12-day run up, spent most of the time above the zero line. We backed off from plus 68, I believe it was. RSI is still above 50. All right, so if that starts to strengthen or push higher as a function of price, we're looking for a retest of yesterday's high and the 9 EMA and zero gamma. So we're below these levels for now, and I would suspect that being OPEX, we got the S&P big calls rolling off this morning, and SPY and Qs in the evening at the close. SPY and the Q, IWM. Okay, and we got 20% of total gamma for SPY rolling off today. 450 is a pretty big level. If you saw what Money Magic posted in the trading room, it's pretty even, so there's really no direction at this point. No directional information we can go by. We have to wait until the opening range, get an idea what they plan on doing. We have less than 4 minutes to go. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table like most traders do. If you've got a nice 10, 20% overnight gain, most of the time I'll take those off. Try to limit my losses to 5% or less. Can't always do that. AMD is the only trade right now that I have. AMD and Riot are my worst performing positions at the moment. I have time. Those are in my retirement account, so I have time. A triple bottom on AMD though, so that's a possibility. All right, let's see what Bitcoin looks like. Bitcoin, BTC. Bitcoin is trading 42,895. All right, so Bitcoin's off a little bit more. We could see 37.5. That's where that bottom of that range was on Bitcoin. We got less than 2 minutes to go now. All right, so Bitcoin, we have this ascending channel that we've been watching. Okay, we're right at the 10 EMA right here. We could come down to the bottom of this range again, like over here. A couple of times we tried to break out and we pulled back, established this lower trend line. That's a subjective line there. It could be off by plus or minus 1%. Weekly chart, but it looks pretty good. At some point, will look like we're going to go up and start pushing a bit higher. So like this little pullback in September, October, we ran up for 6 weeks, 7 weeks, and then pulled back. We're just above the 10 EMA. We need to stay above the 10 EMA to stay bullish Bitcoin for the second half. We got earnings coming up. The banks will start reporting. All right, we got less than a minute to go. Okay, so generally right now we have neutral to slightly bearish if the futures continue to drop off here. Neutral to slightly bearish. We got puts down there at 445, some at 450 most likely that will expire. If we start to rally here, you can see the possibility of a short covering rally. That's definitely possible. All right, let's get ready for the opening bell, folks. There's your opening bell. Okay. ATER, if you have that, I took some profits. Mosaic. These look good. Mosaic and the ag stocks. All right, that could fade up here. Tilray, looking for that to drop a bit more. I think, Susie, you're in Tilray, right? On the puts. Mosaic, let's see, NTR. Nice gap up on NTR. These fertilizer stocks are bullish. They're most likely going to break out. Watching SPY for the bounce here. NTR looks good. Looking for a bounce. We're neutral to slightly bearish, so I'd like to see the bulls step up this morning. All right, AVAV, AeroVironment. AVAV up another 2%. AVAV, that's +8 so far on that one. Looks good. Mosaic following through. Mosaic, MOS. Okay, let's look at this one. Mosaic is ripping here. Mosaic going. All right, Mosaic pushing higher there. Mosaic. Let's see, NTR, LXU. LXU, nice pop on LXU. All right, so what's Lulu doing? Lulu, we're looking for a move above the 200-day, Lulu. All right, Lulu. Cardinal Health, CAH, Cardinal Health. Big gap up, CAH. Cardinal Health, big gap up there on Cardinal. Okay, this should keep going. I would take some off. If you're in the calls, I have shares. SPY a little bit lower right now. Mosaic is going. Mosaic is still going here. Looks good, Mosaic. All right, these look like they're going to keep going here. NTR. This looks good, NTR. NTR, I have a limit to sell half. I might have got filled already. No, I didn't. Okay, I have a limit at 108.32. NTR. That looks good. Those look good. All right, SPY still pulling back.
Ukraine Energy Minister says Ukraine ended the heating season with over 9 billion cubic meters of gas in storage facilities.
Mosaic still going. All right, so these look good, Mosaic. Yeah, these are pretty strong. Pretty strong, the ag stocks. All right, Berkshire Hathaway, BRKB. Thank you. Thank you, Raul. That looks good. I'm going to add. All right. Okay. BRKB, I'm going to wind up adding shares here. This looks good. On dips only. On dips. Okay, you can see how we started. Pretty close to the 200, the 20, and the 200, very close together, taking off. All right, I'd have a stop underneath the morning, that morning low right there on that gap, 347. This looks good though, Berkshire. Canadian Natural, CNQ, watching for that to continue. Canadian Natural, CNQ. All right, CNQ, I've been in this for a couple of days, got stuck in this one. All right, CNQ, I got some over here. Now I'm going to move my stop up to flat. Okay, so that looks good. Looking for the breakout though. You know what? I might just move the stop up to 65.44. 65.44. All right, I'll put a limit to sell this one if it pushes higher. Microsoft. Tilray dropping some more. There goes Tilray dropping. Puts are working on Tilray. That one was mentioned by Susie a couple of times yesterday. Tilray working. Oh, man, where is Tilray going? Is it going back to 475? All right, SPY dropping off more. 445, there's some puts down there at 445. All right, Tilray dropping off. Microsoft, Tilray. All right, sectors. It is a Friday. I'm anticipating that this low right here will get bought. We're down 20 handles on the futures. Energy's higher. Financials, financials are higher. XLF, we had the 10-year yield higher this morning. 10-year higher. Continues to push. Utilities, consumer staples, healthcare. Let's see, healthcare XLV, X healthcare. All right, looks like a doji up here. Might pull back in a little bit. Healthcare, short term. Healthcare looks good. Doji at yesterday's high. All right, I took some profits on XLV. I've been in this for quite a while, actually, since it moved above the 50-day. Still bullish. Looking for a little pullback. I like to re-enter around 140. All right, XLV coming back now a little bit more. Okay, let's see. This looks good. Looking for SPY to bounce. I'm sensing this early morning action, some profit taking on puts, monetized. We could see a nice pop, short covering rally we've seen lately. Utilities, okay. Remember, I'm trying to reduce my exposure to equities at this level. I've been doing that for the last week and a half. From 78%, actually 79% equities exposure. I got it down to 67% by the end of the week. Last week, I'm down to about 65, 64%. Only because we could see a little bit more downside. I'd like to collect some cash so that if we do get a little dip down to the 50-day, I'll start to buy again once I see buyers. Looking for a higher low. Still looking for that C wave down. I thought we might have had it so far this week. I thought we might have it. Okay, but it's tricky right here. We could still see that 50-day test. It'd be about a 5% pullback, 4.6%. They're starting to buy right here. So watch for puts to get monetized. Watching puts right here to get monetized. Okay, if we start to bounce, we could see a pretty fast move. Watch the Qs. Qs probably have more octane given Vanna. All right, so we're already starting to see Tesla turn. Microsoft. All right, we're seeing short covering on the FANG stocks. Short covering FANG stocks. Okay. Twitter, looking forward to take out the recent highs. If we get some kind of follow through, that would indicate that institutions are still interested. Speculators interested. How Elon's 9.2% equity stake in the company, how that's going to play out. I think he's probably more. I think he's probably more focused on how the space station and SpaceX, um, how that's all going to work out. There was a lot of speculation about the Russian side. The Russian side of the space station has the thrusters and propulsion system that keeps the space station in orbit. So Elon has and SpaceX has they've been working on engines that replace the Russian versions that they've been using. They look a lot more efficient and a lot more clean, just in terms of the visual. All sorts of tubing and wiring on the outside of those rocket engines. The Tesla or SpaceX version is much more clean. Looks more like it could see use more often. I think they're using them already in the Falcon 9. Pretty sure, right? So if you know for sure, just post in the social channel. Don't post it in the trading room. Anyway, so there's some concern about SpaceX and how the International Space Station is going to play out over the next several weeks. So if Russia pulls out, literally undocks There's no propulsion system, so I'm sure he's focused on that and not so much on Twitter, is what I'm getting at. But, there's other people that are maybe they're jockeying to take position to keep Elon from taking, you know, ownership position. I don't know. I mean, that's all speculation at this point. EURN, that symbol seems familiar. Euronav. All right, that looks good. What is that, Frank? Euronav. Something to do with Europe, of course. All right, let me see.
10 minutes away now from the top of the hour, where we get the US wholesale inventories month over month revised data.
Wholesale inventories up next.
2.1% on the prior 2.1% on the US wholesale sales month on month. Forecast 0.8% with the prior.
Belgian-based provider maritime shipping. All right, so that one's breaking out. Cup and handle breakout. All right, so that looks really good, Frank. I like it. Oil shipping. Cool. All right, so that looks good. I like it. I like the idea. It's got an ATR of 55 cents. It's up 72, so it's got an expansion day on the breakout. That's a nice find there. All right, so expansion day breakout of this cup and handle. I wouldn't chase it at this point. I'd be taking profits off in the strength. Look for it to pull back a little bit for a better entry if you're thinking about Frank's observation here, Euronav. Yeah, so obviously it's short for Euro navigation, shipping, oil. All right, what's UNG look like? UNG, the natural gas. All right, that continued higher. All right, so I did sell some of this into strength earlier in the week. This on Tuesday, it had this shooting star kind of look, so I took some off there. I thought that it might pull back. So I missed about $1.50 on that, $1.25. That's okay. I'm trying to reduce my exposure anyway, not being greedy. All right, we've got about 70% of sectors are red at the moment, 30% green. Okay, sectors showing strength: financials, utilities, materials, consumer staples, healthcare. All right, so looks like biotechs are taking a breather today. LABU. Okay, this is looking a little bit more precarious. So be careful with the biotechs. It's a risky sector. So if we start to see a sell-off or weakness, these could push lower. All right, so LABU, apparently I took it off earlier in the week. Let's see. All right, what's Walmart doing? Walmart and Costco, is that going to give us a re-entry? Looks like it. All right, Walmart's starting to bounce here. Walmart. Let's see, Walmart, Target, and Costco. Keep an eye on these. All right, notice the candles are getting smaller now. Okay. See how these big thrusting candles moved higher? Signs of institutions buying. All right, then you start to see a little fatigue. Starting to see fatigue up here. Don't buy Walmart. I mean, it could follow through. So if you have it, I would be taking profits off in the strength. Now, this could very well turn into another fake out like we had yesterday. Looked like we're going to fade like the previous Monday, Tuesday candles. Walmart did that, started to show that yesterday, and then boom, end of day, it just took off to the upside. Got an upgrade or a observation by Pete Nigerian, I believe. All right, so we saw that dip in Walmart over here at 11 o'clock, and then boom, it took off to the upside and sold off a little bit into the close. Costco, same thing, had this ABCD pattern. I was looking at it here around 12 o'clock, and then boom, it took off to the upside. Walmart still popping here. All right, Alibaba's got a nice move on it. Alibaba. Watch Alibaba here. Alibaba. Alibaba higher highs. All right, let's see what's working. Let's see what's working early. It's a Friday. Okay, looks like petroleum stocks, oil, Oxy, I believe Anna is in that one. Anna was yesterday, looking at that EOG, HAL, COP, HES, most actives, oil and gas, Target, big doji today. I wouldn't chase it up there. It's at the 200 days, probably going to pull back in a little bit first. Walmart's persistent. Walmart persistent. I'm actively trying to reduce my exposure to equities as we show potential for a test of that 50-day. Institutions don't seem interested. They got 3 blocks so far. SPY, only 3 blocks. Blocks. Tick cumulative bullish. Tick cumulative is bullish. However, when you see buyers coming in here, all right. So most stocks are pulling back with the markets. No strength at the moment. Tesla's off 25.5. It's near yesterday's low. Looking for strength in Tesla, maybe. Okay, looking for short covering. We're looking for fast moves, especially in the Qs. We're watching the FANG stocks showed some signs of short covering and then just pushed a bit lower now. I'm thinking we're going to test the 50-day. Okay. It wouldn't be awful if that happened. The S&P equal weight index and the 850R would reset a little bit more. That would be just shy of a 50% retracement, 382, right in this area here. That's what it looks like they're doing. All right, the NASDAQ 100, let's take a look at NASDAQ 100 and see what's going on there. NASDAQ 100 is 80%, just shy of 80% red, 20% green. CrowdStrike, Gilead, Insight, Pinduoduo, and NTES are the top 5. All right, 80% of NASDAQ 100. Yeah, looking for them to monetize those 4 any bounce. Um, okay, XLF is bouncing. Okay, banks. When do the banks start to report? Let's see, Goldman Sachs. And next week, Goldman Sachs next week, banks next week. TNX. All right, we're starting to see a little short covering here, so hold your breath. Hold your breath. All right, more stocks going green on NASDAQ 100. Everybody seems to be on the same page. You know, Dollar Tree is on the move here. Dollar Tree, that one has its days where it does. Dollar Tree, very nice setup. Day 3 off the 21 day. Dollar Tree. Okay, Walmart. You can see what Walmart did once it broke out. Institutions, obviously institutions buying. Look at Dollar Tree starting to build now. This is day 3, starting to build. Dollar Tree looks really good. Let's look at the weekly. Weekly. All right, so the weekly, very similar to Walmart. Okay, we consolidated for more than 16 months, like Walmart. Look at Walmart. Look at the similarities here. Exact similarity. All right, so, and what did Walmart do? Walmart ripped higher. Okay, Dollar Tree looking very similar. Dollar Tree going here. You'd be chasing at this point, but it's probably going to keep going. Dollar Tree looks good. Okay, look for the breakout above 162.50. Dollar Tree. Let's look at Dollar General as well. Dollar General looks good. The consumer staples like Clorox, following through. Colgate-Palmolive look really good this week, starting to flag. So look at Clorox starting to move higher. What about Archer, Archer Daniels Midland, ADM, breaking out. Um, Campbell's Soup, not that interested in Campbell's. CPB, right? CPB. All right, so one way to play this game is with Berkshire Hathaway. BRKB, BRKB. Raul mentioned that one earlier this morning. Looking good on Berkshire. Okay, Dollar Tree's still going. Dollar Tree. Berkshire Hathaway. Berkshire Hathaway. When is Berkshire? BRK. Okay, most recent quarter, Berkshire beat by 52%, $2.15 versus $3.27. Let's look at the weekly. Berkshire, for the past 5 quarters, Berkshire has beat, and prices have moved higher thereafter. Continue to march higher, Berkshire Hathaway. Okay, they beat for 5 quarters. The last quarter, they beat the best out of those 5 quarters. December 2020, they broke out of a cup and a handle. And since went through a flat base formation after that cup and handle breakout. Relative strength line continues to move higher. It's at 92. And we had a little 3-week tight pattern on Berkshire, and then we broke out about 6 weeks ago. Berkshire looking pretty good. Yeah, this little tight pattern here we took off to the upside. It wasn't a 3-week tight, sorry. It was about 6 weeks in this base, a W-shaped pattern. Berkshire looking for the follow through. All right. All right, Sherwin-Williams, that's one that we've been looking for to break trend. Sherwin-Williams, SHW, Sherwin. Okay, we're above the 50 today. This one, at some point, it tends to accelerate. So you can see the volume here. For the majority of this, if you just erase the red bars out of your mind, squint, look for this to follow through. All right, since about this was pointed out by Rob earlier in the week. From 235 up to 255, 265, 30 points. All right, it's about 25 million shares trading hands over the last few weeks. Looks like a follow through. All right, SPY continues to push higher now. All right, I'd like to add to Berkshire. I'd like to add to Berkshire. Right now it looks pretty strong. Not going to do anything at the moment. Just let this make higher highs and higher lows. I don't have options. I have only shares in Berkshire. Okay, AVAV. This is one I'd like to see follow through as well. All right, a little consolidation here. Had a pretty decent week, ABAV. Okay, starting off here on Monday. Pushed off the 9 EMA. Came down and retested it twice. Gapped higher. Watch this shooting star here. It's at the upper Keltner band. SPY starting to turn. All right, so we're getting a little follow through now. right. All right, the Dow Jones. Let's go see what the Dow Jones looks like. All right, so Dow Jones, most actives. All right, so CVX, Chevron, Travelers Insurance, Walmart's up $1.10. Home Depot. Home Depot's been off lately. Let's take a look at Home Depot. HD, Home Depot. All right, that looks good on a double bottom. Home Depot. Stop 290. Stop 292 or so. Home Depot, Dow component. Watch these two. Dow, Home Depot and Lowe's. Lowe's made a lower low. A little bit more precarious. I like Home Depot better. This also made a lower low, but it looks like a double bottom is defending this 297 zone. As a rule, Fridays I don't do a lot. I don't add a lot of exposure. If anything, I'll be day trading today. Anything that I shout out, I'd be looking for day trades, or specifically if I mention a swing like on Home Depot, I like this for a follow through. McDonald's yesterday, we'll look for a follow through there as well. McDonald's. Okay, so Mickey D's. All right, Microsoft, Merck. Merck's up again today. JP Morgan. It's got earnings next week. Walmart, of course. Honeywell. Verizon. Verizon looks really good. VZ ripping. VZ is ripping. Having a nice day. Nice day. Home Depot, JP Morgan. United Healthcare, we saw that yesterday. All right, the candles are starting to get smaller, so look for it to, I like it. It's a bullish breakout. Looking for a follow through. However, look for a little dip first. Mark it down on your list of stocks to watch. XLV looks good, but I don't want to chase. And this is 4 days off of the 21 day. Look for it to pull back a little bit, maybe to 420, 525 to 530. Watching for Lulu to break out. This one looked pretty good. If Lulu can get above this 200 day around 390, can get above 390, you got $100. You got $100, 100 points overhead potentially from this level. So 385 up to 495, 385 to 485. Sorry, 100 points. Lulu breaking trend, consolidating. So this looks good. Gets above the 200 day. We should see a follow through. Lulu, what's Under Armour doing? Under Armour in the same kind of business. Higher low. Nike, same sort of business. Retail, sports, apparel, shoes. What's Crocs doing? Crocs, funny rubbery shoes, double bottom. A lot of these will most likely be higher end of year. When we come back and look at them, Dollar Tree pulling back a little bit. Tilray, a little bounce there. Tilray. Canadian Natural, C&Q, looks like it wants to do something here. Canadian Natural. All right, so the Biden administration wants to get more oil from Canada, our northern neighbor. C&Q and a couple of other ones, a couple of other Canadian oil and gas resources, shale companies, without using pipelines, from what I understood. All right, SPY, a little pop there, coming back in now. All right, what's CAA? Cardinal Health broke out yesterday. Big follow through on Cardinal Health. Weekly time frame. Okay, this is a breakout to new highs on Cardinal Health. All right, so we're breaking out CAH new highs. Cardinal Health. All-time high was 73. Uh, 6060. All-time high was 73.79. And that was back in 015. Okay, so that looks good. Breaking above this pivot, you got higher lows and higher highs for the swing. I'm going to hold on to Cardinal Health for a while, I think. Got an aging population. Millennials taking over as far as size. Millennials taking over as far as size of the demographic. Used to be baby boomers, but we had average 2 to 3 children. I have 3. Millennials are having kids now. All right, so we're one of the only countries aside from India that has a growing young population between the ages of 20 and say 40, ages where they start to have children between India and ourselves. And all bull markets since 1929 can be attributed to an increase in that demographic. If you follow Tom Lee and his analysis from time to time, he'll talk about that. That demographic will help the U.S. over time. Short time frame. At the moment, everyone's focused on inflation. The Fed's going to do this or that. I went through the inflation back in the 70s. I remember what it was like. The Carter years. Not a political comment. Just saying the Carter years marked high inflation, high interest rates, 21% rates. My dad, I've told this story before. My dad, very smart, locked in 16% on his CDs, 5-year CDs. The bank kept calling him, trying to get him to negotiate. He didn't want to hear anything about it. He locked up quite a sum of money at 16%. If you can beat the markets, that's beating the markets basically. 16%, that's a good rate. 5 years running, return on your investment, that's a really good number. So, learned a lot from him over the years. He had the little green book sitting in the toilet that I got a chance to read. Reminiscence of a stockbroker. I'm sure you've read it. Anyway, a lot of good things you can learn from your parents once you get past the idea that you think you know everything. All right, so here goes SPY, retesting a low here, getting some people long and shaking the tree a little bit. It's Friday. I'm not surprised, but we'll see higher prices eventually. Just have to have a little patience. Every day is not going to be bullish. We got a lot of stocks that look good, most of them in the healthcare sector. We looked at those yesterday. Healthcare, focus on healthcare. Right now, energy is the strongest sector. Energy, small caps and large caps, financials, utilities, materials, and staples are flat at the moment. Staples. Healthcare, though, these look good. AbbVie, yesterday we were looking at AbbVie. Fourth day higher, AbbVie. All right, that's plus 11 on AbbVie. Okay, so if you took AbbVie, That's plus 11. We noticed that one earlier in the week. Okay. All right. Medtronic, MDT, another healthcare name, Medtronic. Looking for the breakout. CAH. Mosaic pulled back. So see, we were pretty smart. Mosaic, pretty smart to sell at the high of the day. Mosaic. Okay. So a little fade here. Nutrien, that faded as well. All right. Didn't it missed my stop, my limit order by about what was the high of the day? 107.82. All right, missed it by 50 cents. Shoot. Um, Probably have to wait a little bit longer to sell that one. That's fine. Looks good. That's true. Rome wasn't built overnight. Gotta have patience, folks. If you're going to do this as a business or investing for the long term, you got to have some patience. I know it's frustrating to see something like AMD. This is one of my worst performing positions, AMD. But I do know that eventually this is going to most likely find some buyers down here. Okay, if it takes out this low, then we'll probably see a little bit lower low. But AMD, the top of this range here is right around 99,100. Could be a massive left shoulder head, right shoulder bounce again. Neckline around 75. That would be pretty ugly. It's like a 100 point measured move on a drop. I don't see that happen. Well, it couldn't be 100 because couldn't have. At this point, we're trading 100, so that'd be to zero. So I got to believe that institutions will start to show up soon. Watch for the signs. You don't have to do anything yet. For me, AMD is kind of dead money right now. So, but I know if I sell it here, it's going to wind up bouncing. You can trade around it, trade puts in the short term. Jets. Tilray, a little bounce up to 645. Tilray. Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree is bouncing. Canadian Natural grinding higher. Mosaic sold off at the highs, 74.75. All right, looking for this double bottom on the futures to push higher. Now that most of the early morning selling is done. Let's see, AMD. Yeah, I'm off 10% on AMD. That's unfortunate. Out of 20 positions, AMD is the only one that's down 10%. All right, so I got a bunch of these that are up more than 10%. Like AVAV, this one looks pretty good. AVAV, they make those suicide drones that they're using in Ukraine. Cardinal Health looks good. Berkshire looks good. Look to follow through on Berkshire. Enphase, no follow through yet. Lulu looking for a break above the 200-day. Nutrien. All right, so Nutrien, that's interesting. I thought I moved the stop up the limit. I guess I didn't press enter. I got taken out at 106.82. 106.82. So I got taken out. Oh, okay. I had it here originally. I was going to move it up to 108.32. Got taken out here at 106.82. All right, so I'm out of Nutrien right now. LXU, that looked like it was going to break out. LXU. All right, so we're coming back in. All right, so SPY, nice double bottom on SPY, starting to bounce now. Okay, so watch your 20-minute and your 200. See how close we are together? This is a really good setup. Look at the, for those of you who aspire to the way Oliver Velez looks at the 2-minute chart, very, very nice strategy. Look for the 20 EMA and the 200 period. The 20 is the red line, dotted line. The gold line is the 200 period. When these two get close together, it's a setup. It doesn't give you direction. It's just telling you that everything's right near value right now as far as short term. So we'll look for SPY to maybe push higher or push lower. 445 is down here, so we could test that. But a break above 447.60, I would say that this is probably going to be a good setup. Look at RSI's rising right now. So while we didn't get a lower low per se, RSI is rising. So we got something of a bullish divergence in SPY. All right, so watch it. It's got a trigger. Must trigger. All right, it's got a trigger. All right, so this has to trigger above 447, say 75. All right, so if it gets above this, we got a really nice setup on SPY right here. Okay, so if we get above this level here, here we go right now. We're starting to go. See how close the 20 and the 200 are? VWAP, everything's in the same spot. We're consolidating. This is a great setup. It's a great setup if it fires. Ba, 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 ba. All right, here we go. Here we go. So, they are watching this. Oliver Velez has a prop firm. He finances all of his traders. He guarantees that traders that are accepted, he guarantees that his traders will make money. I've studied his strategies in the past. I've just been watching them lately because there's a lot more on YouTube now. And he's really good. He's really good. Most of you know him. If you're older, most of you know Oliver Velez. He was considered the king of opening range, the first 20 minutes breakout trading. He beat everybody that he competed with. Oliver Velez, Velez. Look him up on YouTube. I think you'll find his strategies very enlightening. So it's a Friday, though. The only thing about this setup right now is it's Friday, so I tend to be less interested in index trades. I'd like to see this set up on something like, say, Microsoft, right? On a Thursday or a Tuesday. Let's see where the 200 is up here. Here's the 20. So you also have the effect of a rubber band. Baxter yesterday. Thank you, Beagle. Baxter continuation. This still looks really good. Baxter, you're welcome. Go in there, Beagle. Yep. Okay, yesterday we looked at this as a double bottom, if you will. Frank said, I think you said that they make the plastic bags for medical use. What's that for, like plasma and such? I'm not sure. I guess it's sterilized plastic. All right, let's look at the weekly. Baxter, get this multiple bottom, so probably see a follow through. You got a bullish engulfing on the weekly time frame for Baxter. There goes SPY. All right, keep an eye on SPY. This setup is working now. This setup is working. Look for the follow through now. Okay. So I talked you through this one. If it gets above 447.75, that would be a confirmation. We could get rejected right here. There's some supply, so we want to see it move above this level. Bitcoin's been sneaking by. Bitcoin been sneaky. All right, there we go. All right, we got a trigger here. We got a trigger here. Starting to move through this level. All right, so you're going to have shorts above this level. They're going to be stops right up here. Stops, SPY. All right, here we go. Stops are starting to go. Mosaic turning. There you go. Big 60-minute bar. Bitcoin. Bitcoin, big 60-minute bar there. All right, look at the Bitcoin. All right, so we're triggering here. We're triggering on SPY. So you should be up. If you didn't listen and you took it anyway, you should be up almost a buck right here. SPY. All right, there we go. You're +1 now. All right, you're +1. Now we're going to start to see some short covering. All right, nice. 3M. All right, Dollar Tree, looking for the follow through. What's Walmart and Target doing? Walmart, Target, Costco. Okay, so Costco, yesterday we got way beyond our ATR for the day, inside day. So if this consolidates up here or it starts to find buyers, look for Costco to continue higher. This is a little extended. Could come back in. Last time it came back to the 10 EMA back here in September, October. This lasted for 8 weeks, dipped a little bit, then ran back up for another 2 weeks. So this is only week number 6 with a little intermittent consolidation 3 weeks ago. Costco most likely can look at the MACD on weekly. That looks like it's going to keep going. Costco probably gets buyers down here. Costco is up. Costco is up. It's down right now, $8. So do you get buyers again today on Costco? I don't know. It feels like it's played out for the week. Riot is about to go green on the day, red to green on Riot. Is that a red dog reversal on Riot? Let's see. Riot had a secondary offering, a shelf of 500 million. Company saying, basically putting a kitchen sink in their documents that they'll use it for this and that, and not necessarily for purchase of shares and all kinds of things here. It was pointed out that that offering would dilute a little bit. They haven't used the whole 500 million, of course, but we did get a little weakness on that. So we're looking for a bounce now. I have covered calls on Riot, so I sold those for $5.35. on Riot. So that gives me $5 per contract downside protection. And those calls are currently, I could let these expire. I sold the 20 call, and my average entry break even is 15. All right, my average entry is right around 20. So even if I get taken out, that's $5 per contract or per 100 shares. So I'd make 500 bucks per contract. I would break even on the shares if we push through 200, or excuse me, push through 20. So any push above 20, I lose on the shares, but I would profit from the options, $5 or $535 per contract. I have 5 of those. So shares break even at 20, and I make 2,500 bucks, a little bit more than 2,500 bucks for the 5 options I sold. So I think that's a pretty good deal. I don't know if Riot's going to get going back above 20 just yet. I do think it's going to make a higher low, though. I like Bitcoin from a longer term perspective. I think Bitcoin's got a lot of prospects for being back in the 60s and 70s. It's building the right side of the cup. A lot of people get frustrated over here, not seeing the big picture. If you're trading long term, but you're looking at short time frame charts, you're going to get shaken out all the time. So if you're trading Bitcoin for the long term, I would suggest shifting to the weekly time frame and keep an eye on that 10 EMA. All right, above the 10 EMA, I'd be bullish. Below the 10 EMA, I'd be bearish. Again, I have Riot. That's currently the other position that I'm off, but I'm making money on the covered calls. Below the 10 EMA, you remember Bitcoin is above. All right, so I want to see Riot start to get back above at a discount, trading at a discount right now. I'm looking for it to pop higher. I don't care if it takes out 20. I'll just retrade it if it starts moving higher. But I'm making $535 per contract. All right, I beat that to death, so you know what I'm thinking there. SPY. So realistically, Riot isn't that bad of a trade. Instead, I'm just selling premium. Now, AMD is the only other position I have out of 20 in my retirement account, individual stocks. AMD is the one that's not working. The other stocks are making up for it, though, much like diversified in a fund, I guess you could say. Berkshire, that's working. Berkshire's up 1.26%. I'm off 10% on AMD. I'm okay with it. I think AMD is going to bounce in this area. I think semiconductors are going to catch a bid. You can already see them starting to buy at the low of the day here. Have a little patience. If a company's making money, very seldom does it go to zero. If a company's making money, AMD makes a crap ton of money. Okay, AMD per share for 2022 is forecasted to make 44% more than it did last year, $4 per share. So I think this is probably going to hold. Think being the operative word, AMD. So once it starts to move, starts to head back towards the mean reversion back to the 21 day and the 50 day, I probably won't add to it until it gets above these pivots right here. But I'd look for it to start to move higher. $4.01, $4 for 2022. That's a 44% increase in earnings over last year. Companies that make money don't generally go to zero. Okay, so this is a descending pattern. I'm watching for AMD to bounce here at support. 2023, they're looking at an 18% improvement. 2023, $4.75. Okay, so that's a $2 gain in earnings between 2021 and 2023. Okay, so 2021, AMD made $2.79 per share. In 2023, next year, they're forecast to make $4.75. So they have a 99 EPS rating. Their composite rating's 88. Their SMR, or their profit margin, ratio is at A, which is the best you can get in IBD terms. Timeliness rating is a C. That needs to be at least a B or better. Growth rate is 132% on AMD Advanced Micro. It's got a growth rate of 132%. I really doubt this is going to go much lower. Could be wrong. Right now I'm down 10%. Actually, a little bit less now. All right, SPY. You know what we were thinking on SPY. You got the 2-minute setup. I like to watch for on any asset. I look for a tight 20 and 200 period. Then I start to rationalize, okay, where is it? Where's it been? Where's it going? Can I tell? Can I see volume? So this looked pretty good for the setup. I'm looking for a follow through. Knowing it's Friday and Gamma is going to give us a tailwind, I could get a pretty good probability that this is going to follow through. And confirmation came once it broke above this pivot. Okay, watching tick cumulative, that's still green. And we have 2-to-1, almost 2-to-1 up volume. So market internal is looking pretty good. So think about it this way. You probably got a lot of people that don't do the same sort of analysis that are short just on their opinion. I have to tell you, from my opinion, we need to stay above the 200-day. But I keep looking at that 50-day saying, you know what? We're probably going to test the 50-day. So if a lot of people are thinking the same way, think contrarian, look for reasons why you might be wrong. And right now, price action is trying to follow through. Okay, so it's Friday. I don't put a lot of weight on a Friday anyway. Let's see. So let's take a look at more charts. Playboy. I see you trading Playboy. I was thinking about this the other night. You know, Playboy and other publications, you know, they've had to transfer from resource-based publishing, paper, inks, and so forth. I have a couple of buddies in New Jersey that work for these big print shops, these big print companies that, you know, they do all the magazines, they do all the artwork and the color retouching and a lot of other stuff. I forget the name of the company, but it's over in Karlstad. If you're listening, Mondo, you know what I'm talking about probably. Anyway, they do like worldwide publications, and they told me like 10 years ago that the print industry is in trouble. You know, everything's digital. I'm telling you something that you already know. So I was thinking about Playboy. Well, how are they going to make their money? Well, they have to shift to digital. In the meantime, what is price action telling you? I see Cayman looking at that one. PBLY, Playboy? No, PLBY. 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 Yeah, so this is not something I'd be interested in trading. What's the earnings like? PLBY. Earnings, while they're positive. All right, so from what I can tell, earnings were bad from 2019 into 2021. They were losing $3 per share, $2 per share in 2021. Since 2021, they've shifted to a profit in 2022. So if you're trading this one thinking this is going to go lower, probably does in the short term, but it looks like the operations have shifted from print to electronic, and maybe management's doing a little bit better because the numbers are looking better. Relative strength line's at 5. That's really low. All the numbers look pretty awful, but they're starting to make a profit. So maybe they turn the ship. Maybe they turn the ship. Hugh Hefner's daughter, I think, Christy is her name. Christy Hefner, in charge, I believe. MDT. All right, I know I'm all over the place right now. It's a Friday, so I'm not doing a lot. MDT looking for the breakout. Baxter International, we talked about. All right, you know what? Let's go take a Baxter. What a nice move on Baxter. 4 white soldiers on Baxter. 200-day is your target. You got about another $1 to go on Baxter. Probably next week I would be selling into 80, 80.70, 80.50. I'd be selling right up in here. Watch for a reaction. If it follows through, then you can add back and look for the next level, which would be 82. So you got 1 to 3 points overhead if you get through the 200-day. That's the way I would trade it. Higher lows, looking for a follow through. Yeah, back in 1987, 1986, rates were 8% on a house, and they jumped like 4%. FMS, Baxter's brother, FMS. Thank you, Frank. FMS, FMS. Frenius Medical Care. All right, that's kind of gappy. That's what is that, an ADR? That's an ADR. All right, FMS. German provider of dialysis treatment at 4,092 clinics over 50 countries. They make a nice profit, $2 per share. They've averaged about 225 over the years. 2016 was a banner year, $4 per share. 2023, they're looking at 242, so they're looking at modest growth on this one. Building the right side of a pattern, and I like it. I like it, Frank. All right, so we're looking at medical stocks, healthcare. You got an aging population, so you need to find a margin of safety. A margin of safety. Warren talks about that a lot. Warren Buffett. He talks about a margin of safety where you're looking at a company's 10-year earnings. You're looking at that's future earnings. You're looking at current value of the company, and then you're trying to calculate: am I buying at a discount or am I buying at a premium? So many of these have pulled back already, like Abbott Labs. Many of these are pulled back. Like I wouldn't buy AbbVie up here. I'll be looking for dips. Every time this has come back to the 9 or 21 day since 2021. All right, this continues to get bought. Now it's a bit extended. Every time it hits that upper band, you start to look for profits. Okay. Watch RSI. Look at the muscle in RSI. That's telling you the strength of the trend is impeccable. So I would think that this is going to continue to move higher. I wouldn't buy it up here. I'd be taking profits above 172.50. Keep some on if it keeps pushing higher. Just tighten your stops. That looks really good. AbbVie. Agilent, not interested. AmerisourceBergen, another one like AbbVie. Amgen, another one. Been ripping for the last 4 or 5 weeks. Anthem Health, breaking out. All of these healthcare stocks, except for the ones that pull back like Baxter. Looking a little extended. There goes Becton Dickinson. They're in New Jersey on Route 4. Out near Franklin Lakes. Mondo knows where that is. Franklin Lakes, Oakland, New Jersey. Biogen looking pretty interesting here. It's about to break trend. This one has a lot of headline risk. Every once in a while, the FDA gets their butt up in the air. They don't like what they're doing here. I think some executives might have quit or exited. Boston Scientific, Boston, Looking for a follow through. All right, SPY pulling back now. Take some profits off if you took that. There was no follow through. Bristol Myers. This was a trade from over here at 59 on the breakout. Bristol Myers. Consider taking some profits on Bristol Myers. Cardinal Health, big breakout. That's still going. Nice volume. This looks like institutions. Cardinal Health. Okay, that company distributes branded and generic pharmaceuticals, over-the-counter healthcare and consumer products. Big cup and handle breakout. All right, and Pete mentioned it too. I believe Cardinal Health, he mentioned all the options that we're trading on Cardinal. Nice breakout. It's 4% from its pivot. 4% from its pivot. So you could see another 16% on this one, Cardinal Health, using IBD methodology. All right, they're going to make $5.30 per share in earnings. Generic and branded pharmaceuticals, over-the-counter, healthcare, and consumer products. So that looks pretty good. Okay, so it's a Friday. Don't do a whole lot on Fridays. It's usually a good idea to reassess the markets, wait until Monday. Position, maybe take profits off the table, make ready for next week. Is usually what I do on Fridays. All right, so having a good day. All right, there goes SPY. All right, goodbye. Goodbye. Just when you look away, and that's what happens. Boom. All right, so there goes SPY. So you got a nice setup on SPY. Okay, hopefully you were listening when I talked about the tight 20 and 200 period. You can see how this is playing out now. It pushed above 447.56. That took out stops. We consolidated for a few minutes as that supply got chewed away. Now it's ripping to the upside. We're red to green. Now you got a short covering rally underway. Nice follow through. Don't forget to take some profits off the table as we cruise higher. Congratulations if you stuck it out through this little malaise this morning. All right, Mosaic starting to turn back up again. All right, so looking for a follow through. Nice follow through on the breakout. All right, nice follow through. Okay, 10 o'clock. Okay, so that looks good. Okay, that's $3 so far. Looking for a follow through, pushing higher. Watch for this follow through. Looking good. All right. Looking for this continuation. $447. Looking for continuation. Okay, we're at the highs here. Watch for 450.69. Looking for rejection at this level. All right, sorry about that. All right, we're at the highs here. Take a little profits off. SPY, take a little profits. Okay, VIX starting to bounce now. All right, you got 3 points out of that if you took that early. You didn't wait for the breakout. Target most likely consolidates here at the 200-day moving average.
Central banking sector. Putin can't access cash to finance in his war in Ukraine. Scholz says that sanctions mean Putin has a problem in terms of developing the Russian economy.
All right, Lulu looking for it to push above the 200-day. No follow through yet. Walmart having a good day. Candles are getting smaller, so I'm looking for some consolidation in the short term. I still like it bullish. You know, my target's 170 to 180. Most stocks are up and to the right now. Target consolidating. Costco looking for a follow through. Costco at the highs. All right, looks like they're going to continue to push this higher. We know that gamma is going to cause more of a short covering rally. If we push above 450, look for VIX to drop off. I'll let the VIX drop off a bit.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
All right, we're looking for a move above 450, 4,500 S&P. All right, trying to push a bit higher now. Looking for a follow through. If we get above 450.25, shorts are up there most likely. Stops. And we got resistance. We were looking for 45.50 as a potential move. If we got above 45.20, looking for a move above 45.20. Okay, so 45.20 is holding so far. We tagged that area yesterday. That's still holding. VIX is trying to turn now. Support 4,500. All right, so we're drifting a little bit lower. RSI is fading a bit. All right, looking for this consolidation to give us a direction whether we fade a little bit more or push a bit higher. All right, we're just sitting here. All right, we're fading a bit more, so we're probably going to come back to the 20 EMA. We're a little bit away from the 200 EMA now, so we could see this fade a bit more. Mosaic having a good day today. It's up $1.80, 2.47%. Dollar Tree continues to push higher. Dollar Tree. Those discount retailers like Target's at the 200-day. Costco motoring higher. Inside day, looking for Costco to consolidate like it did last week. Maybe. Walmart. Nice follow through. It's starting to build a little bit more. RSI showing you muscle, telling you the strength of the trend. It's not over. It's some people would look at this as overbought. I'm looking at it when it stays up here is telling me the strength of the trend is persistent. Volume showing you why institutions have been buying. Dollar Tree, nice bounce. Looking for a breakout now, Dollar Tree. What is TJ Maxx doing? TJ Maxx is building off of this base, could push higher. All right, so XLP XLY ratio still bearish look to it. Canadian Natural Resources, that one's having a pretty good day. CNQ. Canadian Natural. Okay. SPY still fading a bit. All right, so it's Canadian Natural. Biden administration talking about buying more oil and gas from Canada. I don't know what's wrong with our oil and gas. Not my area of expertise. All right, SPHD, making new highs, SPHD. DHS, another dividend. DHS as well. All these dividend ETFs. This is a nice place if you're new to investing, you're a new trader or new investor. It's good to have some of your money in some passive. It's just my opinion. I like having some money in passive accounts that have shown a history of appreciating, even when the markets are moving a bit lower. These continue to move higher. That tells me the assets inside of this ETF are worth taking a look at. Look at Gilead, Merck, Cardinal Health, CAH right there, Bristol Myers, Chevron, Campbell's Soup, ConAgra, Coca-Cola, Duke Energy, many of those names. Good companies, make lots of money. Earnings, most important part. Coca-Cola, also DHS, AbbVie, Pfizer, Verizon up today again, Merck, Cisco, Devon, Gilead, Morgan Stanley, all of these pushing higher. They're bouncing, Morgan Stanley. What's Goldman doing? Goldman Sachs reports next week. JP Morgan. Are looking for a higher low on SPY here. All right, we talked about today being day eight from the pullback, the B pivot. Lee Star has done a lot of analysis on this 7 to 8 day period. And generally, we look at day number 8, 7, 8, start to watch. So this is day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Day 8 was yesterday. If you take that first red candle from the B pivot, the first bearish day, today is day 8. Looking for a push above the 100 period, a move above 45.29. That's 0 gamma. It might come next week. We still have a chance to test the 50-day. The seasonality. April tends to be a good month. Yes, there's a lot of things different this year, including inflation, valuations, the Fed, interest rates, no doubt. But, I'm still giving the benefit of the doubt that the Bulls can pull it off again for a 5th or 6th or 10th or 20th year, month of April. Okay, seasonality. Okay, so let's go to the large caps, S&P 500. Let's go 20 years. 20 years. You can still see April is one of the strongest months of the year on average for 20 years. So that's a pretty good average. That's a pretty good probability. Just don't buy the highs, buy dips. And keep an eye on the sectors that are working. Right now, semiconductors is not doing so good. All right. All right, XPON, I don't know who mentioned it. Popping. XPON, I don't know who mentioned it, but as a new IPO, XPON, look at that one, starting to move, XPON. Okay, starting to bounce. It was an IPO last week. Was it Friday? Thursday? Okay, XPON, they do, don't they do lithium? Let's see, XPON. XPON manufactures lithium batteries. Lithium batteries. Yeah, about 80%. Okay, cool. Yeah, it works pretty good. Works pretty good. So was Josh? Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. So apparently it was Josh, Josh Brown, downtown Josh Brown. 61 on Oxy. All right, looking for a higher high. Looking for a higher high. Let's take a look at LIT, the lithium ETF. LIT trying to bounce at the 50-day. LAC, Lithium America, that's still pulling back. I still like this one. I would wait for consolidation to show buyers are stepping up, most likely at the 50-day now. Okay, SPY looking for a follow through. CWH, CWH you mentioned the other day, right? CWH coming off the low, double bottom. CrowdStrike, most actives. CrowdStrike is the most active today. All right, there goes XPON. What time is it? 11:30. CrowdStrike was on the S&P 500 most actives. Where'd it go? EPAM is back. EPAM is back. EPAM is back with beast mode. All right, looking good here. On the bounce, you got a higher low. Look for the higher high. All right, SPY's starting to go. So the index is giving you a tailwind. All right, trying to take the highs out. EPAM looks good. EOG breaking out. All right, so I'm thinking a lot of these oil and gas names are going to continue. Apache. Okay, we got a recent test of the 21-day. Every time this has touched the 21-day since late February, it touched the 50-day twice. But since breaking above the 50-day back in December, this continues a bullish trend. Just keep stops tighter than usual, maybe. XPON continues to push higher. XPON had a pretty good day today. Bullish engulfing candle. All right, SPY fading a bit more. You got lower highs now on SPY. Lower highs on the 2-minute chart. Watch lower highs here. Making lower highs, lower lows. On the 2-minute, watching for a test of VWAP maybe at this point. A fade. If you're thinking about puts, this is a place to do it at the highs. Okay. So right now you're within $1 of the high, $1.10. If this starts to move lower, I would think VWAP first test. Looking for a higher low though. The volume tapered off. It popped into 11 o'clock and then we just started to fade. Dollar Tree continues to thrust higher. Dollar Tree. Okay, crude oil, looking for a turn, maybe. All right, NIMO is trying to cross back. All right, so breadth is improving underneath. Breadth is trying to improve. NIMO's turned. It's about to cross through zero from a dip below minus 12. Last week it was all above 50, plus 68, I think was the high. Futures climbing here. We got some aggressive buyers, a little bit. Need to see bigger contracts. All right, so we're starting to push a bit higher. 45.10 futures is the supply. I got some sellers up there at 45.10 and 45.15. Dollar Tree continues to push higher. Nice job there, Prism. Teva. All right, Teva looks good. Healthcare stocks doing well. Healthcare continues. What's Tenet Healthcare doing? Tenet Healthcare, that was at the lows. Coming off that low, higher low. Tenet Healthcare. Let's go take a look at healthcare one more time. Healthcare. Let's see who's doing the best. Okay, so healthcare looks really good. Healthcare stocks. Doing very well. Cardinal, Baxter, all those look good. Most of these are above VWAP. Most of them above VWAP. Bristol Myers, DaVita, Cardinal Health. All right, maybe I'm going to take some off of Cardinal Health. That was a nice move on Cardinal. Could see more upside. All right, so we got a little bit of sellers that came in there at 45.04 futures. Cardinal Health. Nice bullish day. Breakout continuation. Wow, that's a really nice move. Cardinal Health. Canadian Natural continues here. Canadian Natural on the continuation. Canadian Natural continuation. It's up 1.6%. CNQ, CNQ, CNQ. All right, so we probably could see 66, I would think, on this next leg up. You can see if you look at, I'm just looking at legs here. Okay. All right, Canadian CNQ. All right, you can see these legs higher. They're getting shorter, but anywhere between, what is that, a 6-point move, and they break of $1.50 above the recent highs would put us up near 66, 66.50. That's that upper Keltner band at 67.14. I could see a move to 67.14. It's on a leg up. Looking for the follow through. ES on the 60-minute trying to make higher highs and higher lows. It's a Friday. Benefit of the doubt with seasonality, for the next couple of weeks, still playing out. But I keep looking at that 50-day thinking to myself, you know what? All it would take is one bad Reuters item to erase today's gains. So take some profits off in the strength, probably not a bad idea. I've been reducing my exposure for the last 2 weeks. I got up as high as 79% during this period right here, where we could get very aggressive. And as we started to peak, what looked like a start of an A, B, C wave at B, I was starting to reduce from 79. I got it down to 65%. I'm about 64% right now. I'm trying to get back down a little bit more. The reasoning is once we confirm whether we're going moving higher or lower, I want to have some cash ready to put into sectors that are doing well. Look at XLV. XLV has been good for the last couple of weeks. Will it keep this continuation, just thrusting higher? Or Walmart, will it continue to do this? My guess is they're all going to stay bullish, but they're extended, so look for them to pull back a little bit. That's okay. We'll look for those pullbacks. That's why I'm trying to reduce my equity exposure. I'm collecting cash. And if we do confirm on the upside and we break out above the 100 period moving average, that would take us above that B pivot that we've been watching for the last couple of weeks, that B pivot right there. So that's what I'm waiting for right now. These two, C and D, are still undetermined. 50-day, though, is turned up. 50-day has turned up. SPY pushing higher. VIX is about to drop off here. VIX about to drop. All right, looks for VIX to drop off here. VIX. Okay, so these two pivots, C and D, we don't know. This area where we're consolidating in time, RSI is getting a chance to get back down to the 20 zone. So this is setting up again. This could turn. This could turn. Okay, over here, not that it's the same time or even similar, we did see June, July, August into September. We saw these areas where stochastics turn down and then turn back up quickly 3 times. So I'm watching for something like that, as well as price action telling me, is it going to make it above this level? Can we close above yesterday's high? Can we get above the 100 period and 0 gamma? All those left to be seen. VIX is dropping off, though. This looks good. VIX looks good. VIX drops back down below the 200-day. We made a big deal out of this low over here in January in VIX. We were looking for a reversal. We got that, and the markets were giving us a bearish divergence at the same time. Okay, we got that bearish divergence. We've talked about that repeatedly. Now we have the opposite, higher lows and higher highs. Still need to get above 450.25, today's high. Okay. Tesla is the most traded options right now. Tesla today, most traded. There goes Alibaba trying to push higher here. Alibaba. Walmart bouncing after a little drift lower. Costco starting to turn. Ooh, I'm really contemplating something on Costco. I'm contemplating something here. Looks like we could see a follow through for a day trade, maybe. Costco or a short term swing into next week. Costco watching. I don't really want to put on any extra risk, but this looks pretty good. Yeah, that looked really good. Higher low. Looks like an inverted head and shoulders on the 2-minute chart. Costco. Costco going here. Costco is going. Looking like it wants to follow through. Looking for a break above 606. Watch Costco here. All right, Costco. Look at the buyers are starting to show up here. Notice where the 20 and the 200 day. Notice the 20 and the 200 day. I say 200 day. $605, $605.50. All right, MDT, Medtronic. There goes Costco looks good. Costco looking for a break above 605, 605.50. If it does, that would indicate money's coming in. I would just be looking at this as a day trade. Maybe it retests the highs. Okay, so another 8 points. Watching Costco here. Okay, VIX at the low. Watching for Costco to break above this level here. Watching for Costco to break here, break higher. Needs to get above those 605.50. Annotate 605.50. I'm looking for a push above this level here. You can see where they've come to this level several times. Bullish above that level. Looking for a break higher. Can you do it? Can you do it? Those people who were long yesterday are probably looking to get long off the lows here. Inverted head and shoulders. Here we go, 605. Starting to go now. Costco pushing higher. Okay, VIX is dropping. VIX is dropping. Looking for a follow through and continuation. Looking for follow through and continuation. Okay, VIX dropping off here. All right, so you should see a follow through. Looking for Costco to get back up to yesterday's high. Looking for more volume. Looking at volume here. Last 2, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Looking for the continuation. All right, we could stay here too. I mean, SPY volume is okay. Blocks started coming through over the last 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Got more blocks coming through. $605.50, 51, 55. Going for the breakout. Looking for Costco to break out and head for 609, 611, 612. Be nice to see on the daily chart. Would be nice to see on the daily chart. All right, so that looks good. So you got the breakout on Wednesday, Friday, the follow through, Thursday, the follow through. Now today we got buyers stepping up inside of where they were buying yesterday. That's a good sign. Good sign. Looking for 612 to get taken out. That would be nice. I'll watch Costco for a few minutes here. Costco. A little follow through. I'll be right back. All right, looking for some follow through in Costco. Looking for the markets to follow through. All right, kind of slow right now. Looking for a sneaky breakout. Looking for the sneaky breakout.
So we have seen parts of the market really severely correct. And just in recent months, when you take a look at some of the sector moves just year to date, home builders are down 30%, semis are down 23%, small caps are down 20%, retail is down 20%. I mean, the list goes on and on. It's not like we haven't seen pain inflicted in the markets. It's just pockets of the market here. So what is the message that we're taking away in your view? I mean, have we adjusted for this new environment in which there is both balance sheet runoff more aggressively than thought, as well as rate hikes more aggressively than we thought?
Absolutely. I mean, all great points.
605. No, looking for the follow through.
Of concerns in terms of just the headwinds. Obviously, you started with Fed speak. Brainerd came out, obviously, a hawkish tone. Ukraine, obviously, the crisis there, and obviously inflation. We're going to get a lot of data next week. PPI numbers, CPI numbers, as well as retail sales, which will kind of really give us perspective on how the consumer is doing. Obviously, earnings will start next week, starting with the financials. So for me,
Costco, looking for that follow through. Also looking for the other stocks in the group like Walmart, Target. Walmart is going. There goes Walmart, Stephen.
Prices are starting to moderate, coming down 3%, a little over 3% week over week. The other important data point I believe that's important to note is autos, used car autos, which we talked about a lot during the depth of the pandemic and how pricing has surged in that arena. They have come down 3.9%. So, you know, I still am cautious about this market, but I think there will be opportunities that you just alluded to. A lot of places which have
Walmart.
haven't felt the pain. So I'm really looking forward to
Walmart having a nice breakout. Pretty clear indication that institutions are buying. Watch VIX here. VIX is starting to drop off. VIX is about to drop off again. Got rejected at the 21-day, back below the 200-day.
I do not own stock exchange, just to clarify that. I will say this, though, as far as Goldman Sachs, it's been a name that I've been looking at for a while, and as we were talking about just yesterday, I've always got lists. We all should have lists throughout our trading, whether or not it's a bull market, bear market, doesn't really matter. You should always have lists.
XLE looks like it wants to go.
I was looking at certain areas of the market, and specifically I was looking at the financials. There were two names that stood out for me most. Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, but it became a very easy decision to go with Goldman Sachs. First of all, it's at 52-week lows. Second of all, it trades at a 1 multiple to the book. So in other words, it's trading at book value, as opposed to Morgan Stanley, which is a little closer to 1.5. I think based upon that and what we're seeing in terms of PE and where they are in the markets itself and what they do, we all know they're not really good. They're an investment bank, they go by asset management and so forth, but this is not.
I think we're having problems with Pete, obviously, but he was making the case on a valuation basis why he chose Goldman Sachs over Morgan Stanley. But perhaps, and I'll ask Harry this question, perhaps there is a reason why Goldman Sachs is cheaper, why Goldman Sachs is at a 1 price to book, why Goldman Sachs is at a 52.
Costco, no follow through now. Pulling back a little bit. Costco.
Yeah, well, so that's interesting. You're saying, is it cheaper for a reason? Because its growth is not as robust over the next
VIX
year.
looks like it wants to drop some more.
And much of their
VIX looks like it wants to drop some more here.
And where they made all their money. They're having to reformulate and reimagine the company to some extent. But I understand what Pete's saying. You know, one time
Cisco pushing a bit higher. Cisco's got to get above what, 56, 57. Cisco. I got some shares in Cisco. I'd like to see this continue. Cisco looks good. Here's Cisco.
It's interesting because just yesterday when we spoke about the markets overall, Pete, you said you couldn't find a single stock.
It's got to get above 57, 58. Got a ways to go. Been in a big sideways pattern. What's Qualcomm doing? Qualcomm.
There's a few names, you know, there's multiple names each and every day, and sometimes, you know, something else pops up. But the reason I wanted to make this move in Goldman was it just seemed like the right timing, considering the fact that we have seen so much punishment dealt there to this particular stock. And I got to tell you, oftentimes they're right. They're punished for a reason. Citi's a great example of that. Citi has just not performed. And because of that, I think that's why that stock is trading where it is at the levels that it is. Goldman Sachs has
Cardinal Health. Does Pete mention it again?
amazingly well.
Be nice if he mentions it again. Cardinal Health.
Been a stock that's been under some punishment. So I think for that reason, Mel, that's why I went there. And I think going forward, as we look to the next year or so, they are very well positioned to be in a great trading market. I mean, one of the reasons I remain cautious, but I'm still extremely aggressive, is I can be aggressive trading the markets, especially the derivative markets. But when it comes to stocks, those are names where I'm looking for an option to enter something where I think over the next couple of years, they actually have a lot of growth in front of them. And that's when I look at Goldman Sachs right here.
Yeah, well, first quarter comps are going to be very tough versus a year ago first quarter, which saw that boom in SPACs, a boom in deal making, et cetera. I mean, the declines in revenue for investment bank for the sector expect to be down by more than 30%. Trading's down to be expect to be down by about 18%. Jim Lebenthal, do you find value in the financials here, given what we're seeing in the yield curve in terms of the spread?
Well,
Costco pulling back a bit more.
You have to step back and understand that my thesis is we're still in the middle part of this economic expansion. So I'm not one who's buying into the recession calls even in 2023. Now, if I'm right, and by the way, that's based on corporate capex. You see these factories going up everywhere, supply chain onshoring, infrastructure spending. But to the point that you're asking, if what I just said is correct, you're going to need financing for that. So you're going to see loan growth picking up. If you look at the labor market right now.
Okay, market's pulling back right here. VIX is starting to turn.
Anytime soon. That means that credit losses should be good, at least on the consumer side. On the corporate side, you've got balance sheets that are flush with cash, so I'm not really worried about credit there. Yeah, I see how the yield curve is flat, but you know what? Credit card rates aren't offered for the most part at the Fed funds rate. So banks are going to be doing just fine. And for the
Berkshire, how you doing, Berkshire? BRKB. Berkshire looking good for the follow through next week. Like to see another 10 points on Berkshire.
Jason, I know that all of us want to be positive. We want to be looking at the bright side of things. We don't want a recession to happen.
AVAV.
But at the same time, are we just fighting what the charts are telling us? I mean, if you take a look at the charts, transports are telling us things are not going to look good. Banks and how they're performing are telling us that things are not going to look good, and semiconductors as well. I mean, at what point do you say, this is the market? This is what the market is giving me. This is what the market is telling me.
Absolutely, and obviously this is what the market is doing because we see it as a response in the price action of what we've seen thus far this year. But what I will say, and I think Jimmy makes a great point on just, you know, when I'm looking at obviously financials and loan growth and credit quality and the state of the consumer, all these things are very important. But what I will say,
medical, go back to medical again, and healthcare.
A lot of discussion on the Fed, and I think the Fed has been, you know, we talked about this as the best telegraph QT that we've all seen. there still hasn't been, the movement still hasn't happened yet, and I still think they will be very data dependent on how markets respond. They have to talk about
This was built on the right side of a cup.
it's important to get this under control.
Quidel,
But what happens
QDEL.
if it actually figures it out itself? As we're seeing, as I stated earlier, supply chain starting to eat. What if that happens? I think we could be in a good position for stocks. And as I talked early, in getting into investment management, equities are one of the best hedges against inflation. I think
DaVita
that's
Health.
important to note.
Big move on DaVita.
In this new operating environment.
Gilead.
All right, we gotta take a break here, but still ahead.
Gilead looking really good here, following through.
Plus Pete's unusual activity trades. Halftime is back in 2.
Gilead, noticed that it was showing high relative volume yesterday. Gilead looking for the follow through. Gilead yesterday. Okay, it's plus 2.75. Gilead, nice change in direction coming out of this base. Could see 72, could see 10 points, maybe 73. Gilead. 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 Gut sales is $6.49 per share. $73 would be the top of the range on Gilead. All right, so back up here would be the top of this range. Gilead, you can see this range on Gilead. Okay, so you got 73, and you got this lower part, in which case we're doing something like that instead, higher low. So from this low up to that high would be 28% potentially. From yesterday's low, that's 23. The middle of this range is about 11%, middle of the range.
NASDAQ and tech, the worst losers this week, perhaps not a surprise, given higher rates impact usually on tech valuations. Jim Lebenthal, if the answer to beating inflation in a long-term portfolio is to be in stocks, is the answer really to be in large cap tech stocks, which have held up relatively better than the rest?
Boy, I love the way you set things up. Let me agree with your premise to start with. The right way to beat inflation is to be in stocks. Now, which type of stocks? Mel, I'll tell you, I think that cyclicals are going to do better than large cap tech, but large cap tech is going to be just fine. To be more specific, you look at Apple and Google. Let's just stick to the things. Let's hit the easy button here. Let's not make this harder than it has to be, okay? We're having a debate about whether you should be in the stock market or not. Make it easy. You're buying Apple at 25 times earnings. You're buying Google at 23 times earnings. I do not
Regeneron,
to go up. I think they're probably
Tenet Healthcare,
and so the share price is going to go up at the
McKesson.
rate per shares go up.
Nice follow through, day 3.
12%. You know what? If you can do that by easily being in 2 of the highest quality companies in the world, why wouldn't you do that? And why wouldn't you take the easy answer to whether or not you should be invested? I hope that's
McKesson,
I have a question.
MCK, McKesson.
On investing. I'll throw the question you want to hedge against inflation, want to be in stocks.
Has earnings in just under a month, 27 days.
I did say cyclicals, Melissa.
Okay. I'm asking for a friend, Jason.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, you have to be in the market. Jim makes a great point. I mean, for the long term, we're talking about duration now.
NVIDIA.
If you're looking for capital appreciation for the long term, you have to be in the market. Now, as it relates to the tech trade, I think it's, I mean, if you look at an Apple, or as an example, I mean, they have $100 billion in free cash flow. Google has $67 billion in free cash flow. I mean, in terms of free cash flow, they have more capital than a lot of companies do business, right? So I think it's important to know how important that is if you're looking at long duration companies with a 10-year at 2.7% roughly. Yes, the non-profitable tech, the companies that do not have free cash flow, or
NVIDIA on the move, Microsoft on the move.
Going to struggle, but I think it's a safe bet to put some capital to work, and to Jimmy's point, it's
Microsoft, all the FANG stocks are on the move.
and I think it would make sense in this.
Hi, Tickler plus 800. Carrie, still, I mean, even if you're a long-term investor, you could see bumps along the ride in these large cap tech stocks, particularly when it comes to guidance for the.
All right, we're breaking out.
Seeing with the European impact, a lot of them have big presences in Europe. Netflix, for one, which I think you own, could see an impact.
Okay, there we go. High of the day here. VIX dropping off.
What are you looking for in terms of what these companies will be telegraphing about the second quarter?
VIX dropping off.
Well, names like Netflix took their estimates way down when they reported at the end of the year, right? So
Riot trying to go green on the day. Riot.
and the multiple's been cut in half. So we're talking about a multiple in line with the market, as is true of the things in general. So I think that what we're going to hear is caution, but the market expects caution. And if you can get, as Jim pointed out, growth in the high single digits to 20% at a market multiple, and these kind of stocks are recession proof to the extent that they might grow a little less than the market, a little less than they would in a strong economy, but cyclical stocks will not grow during recession. And if the cyclicals are selling for higher multiples, so if, for example, you buy an industrial that's selling for
SPY breaking higher.
times earnings, or there are many industrials that have had huge runs over the last 6 months, and you can buy Alphabet or Netflix or even Apple for a lower multiple. I think that's a reasonable trade. Remember, a company like Google has sales that's bigger than the entire medical device industry. The sales of that one company. Forget about bigger than a lot of countries. So we're not just talking about companies that have big margins, which they do, but just tremendous sales, and those sales numbers are growing.
Jim, yeah, you wanted to get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't ask a question, but what were you asking me, Melissa?
Oh, I thought you had a comment on what Carrie was saying. If not, I would proceed with the.
He wanted to agree.
Jim is very agreeable today, liking everything, liking all the setups, agreeing with that. You guys are just so agreeable today.
You know what? Actually, Melissa, last time we were on, I had a little spat with my frenemy, and I think I caught you by surprise with that. So I am on good behavior with you. But based on what you just said, I want to make a point here that by no means am I, or anyone who's being optimistic on the show, dismissing the negatives that are out there. I mean, for instance, when we're talking about Apple and Google, and I sort of blithely say I think the multiples can stay where they are, there's an argument to be made that they can come down. But this goes to the bigger picture I was making at the start of the show, is that there are reasons to be positive. You mentioned at the top of the show the 10 years at 2.7%. That feels awfully toppy to me. And if it comes down, that's going to be supportive of these multiples on large cap tech, just to bring the circle full square there.
Yeah, and Krinsky actually had some technical work yesterday saying 275 was probably what he sees as being toppy. But Pete, I guess this brings also us to the philosophical question, and that is the market multiple priced well? Are we pricing in enough with the market multiple? Because if we're going to compare everything against a market multiple, then we have to believe that the market multiple is where it should be.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty close, Mel. I mean, none of us have a perfect answer for that question, but I think it is pretty close. And I think going back to what you guys are talking about the mega cap tech especially, I think the interesting part is that's where you can be incredibly aggressive. And you and I have talked about this, but from the derivative side, am I buying any more Apple? No. Am I selling Apple or Facebook or Microsoft? Absolutely not. But you can trade around it. And the trades that have been going on in the derivatives markets have been absolutely incredible of late. And you're doing them at very low volatilities when those opportunities have come up. So I think there's a lot to be said for, you hold these stocks, but you can trade around them all day long. And that's been great of late, especially Apple, Microsoft, Facebook. You go through the big three, there's been incredible volumes in there. They almost always seem to be leaders when it comes to volumes in the derivatives world. And they've been incredibly correct. Those unusual option folks have been very, very good about buying and watching those stocks actually move relatively rapidly to the upside.
All right, stay with us. Pete is tracking unusual activity in the options market, and his latest trades are next on Halftime.
All right, so all right, watching yield spreads. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm only looking at price. I'm not looking at all the opinions out there about what's going to happen, what should happen. April seasonality, we're breaking out now. VIX is dropping. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. Mid caps bouncing. Small caps bouncing. S&P 500 pushing back above the 200-day.
Now, within the last hour, a former Goldman Sachs banker was convicted of participating in a scheme to steal $4.5 billion from a Malaysian state investment fund. The jury rejected Roger Ng's argument. He was scapegoated by prosecutors for other people's crimes, including those committed by the government's star witness. We all know it's tough. That's the word from a federal judge as he asked the jury to keep deliberating in the trial of 4 men accused of conspiring to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. The panel had told the judge it has reached decisions on several of the 10 charges, but was deadlocked on others. And a high-ranking member of the Proud Boys has a plea deal. Charles Donahue told a court he is pleading guilty to charges connected with the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The deal with prosecutors includes a promise that Donahue will cooperate with investigations into the attack. He has ties to the former national chairman of the group. That's the latest. Melissa, back to you. Seema, thank you, Seema Modi. Let's now get to Phil LeBeau, who's got breaking news. Phil.
Melissa, this involves unruly passengers, and it comes from the Department of Transportation. It has just announced the two largest fines ever, one for $82,000, the other for $77,000, for a couple of incidents involving passengers last July. The total number of fines this year alone from the DOT for unruly passengers, $2 million. And Melissa, Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg has the quote of the day when it comes to unruly passengers. If you're on an airplane, don't be a jerk. And I think that summarizes it pretty good. Melissa, back to you.
That should be advice for all of life, Phil. So be a jerk. Thank you, Phil LeBeau.
Frankly, they should put that in, but they should put that in the airport everywhere.
Yes, exactly. Time for unusual activity. Pete, what do you see in the options market?
Well, first of all, they shouldn't have to do that, Mel. But anyway, secondly, JetBlue.
All right, SPY, little bounce there, and a little selling coming in.
22,000 of the May 15 calls being bought. Stock trading right around 12 as
JetBlue.
2-week lows. Those options, one print, 19,500 of those, 15 cents. So 15 cents up to 20 cents. That one stuck out for me. And secondly, I've got Petrobras, totally the opposite. It's hitting 52-week highs, and yet they're looking for even more. A buyer of 13,000 of the May 16 calls in Petrobras. Stock was trading about 15.60 at the time. These calls are only going for about 29 cents up to about 33 cents. So inexpensive and also unusual because they're buying time. They're going out to May. That's interesting. Everything else has been short term.
How do you interpret the JetBlue activity, Pete, that the deal will not go through? That's a trader's belief?
Yeah. That's what I would guess, Mel. I mean, the stock has been terrible no matter what, but they're looking for a bit of a bounce, so absolutely.
Yeah. What are we thinking about the travel stocks overall, Carrie? I'm just curious because with inflation raging, people may not be spending on a new couch, but they still want to go to Disneyland.
Well, that's true. We own Bookings, which is a play on travel. And yeah, we are seeing enormous bookings, full planes. All of the planes say that they're at capacity. But the problem with airlines is they can't both get crews. They're having labor problems, not labor problems in terms of unions, but there are wage issues with airlines. Fuel costs are skyrocketing, as we know, and then JetBlue makes a bad acquisition or one that is being perceived as negative in the next couple of years. And so that's really weighing on the stock right now and other transports.
Yeah. Jason, how are you feeling about travel at this point? Is that the way to play consumer discretionary? We're seeing some pretty, I don't want to say terrible. I'll say terrible stock charts in retail land.
Yes, I don't have a ton of exposure to travel, but clearly there's a lot of pent-up demand. And just looking at Carnival's numbers this past week, I mean, there's a lot of runway there. Whether we're calling the reopening 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, there's a lot of pent-up demand.
All right.
You can get some names here that have some runway. So that's how I would look at it. I mean, Marriott is the name that we own, but direct plays like Carnival and some of the others, I think, are opportunities.
By the way, we're showing a live picture of the White House. We are expecting President Biden, along with Vice President Harris, to speak about the confirmation of the new Supreme Justice. Here's Vice President Kamala Harris at the podium. Let's listen in.
President Joe Biden.
Oh, I
First
can't.
Lady,
I
Dr.
can't.
Joe Biden. Second gentleman, Doug.
Okay. All right, market's pulling back a little bit. All right. Yeah, 1987. I was around. Yeah, I was around during 1987. I remember exactly what happened. I remember you couldn't. All right. Yeah, I remember that. I remember 1987. How many times have we heard? You know how many times? Bilderberg. All right. So, if you're listening, we're having a discussion in the trading room about being cautious. I've been talking about caution for the last 3 to 4 weeks. We got that nice bounce finally, that 12-day bounce. I've been reducing my exposure. I don't know if you're listening or not, but I was at 79% equity exposure, and that was 3 weeks ago off of that big bounce that we had. We had that big bounce right here. I was very aggressive in here. I got up to 79%. As we hit that peak, I started taking some off. I felt like I was being a little bit too aggressive after that first dip at the 200-day, and we bounced and followed through. Right now, all I'm doing is watching price action, but every time we push to the highs, I'm taking something off or reducing my exposure. Yesterday it was Walmart and Costco. We also bought some Medtronic, some Baxter, and some Cardinal Health. We took some fertilizers off at the highs. We're getting at these extremes, so please don't get too far over your skis. Looking for strength wherever it might turn up. I'm trying to collect some cash methodically, but my plan is to be down to maybe 50% equity exposure. And those equities are, most of that would be healthcare, XLV, which I sold some this morning, and this is still going, XLV. So that's showing me there's strength, even if I sold into strength. XLP, looking for the dip to get bought. It did. XLU, too extended for me to buy XLU up here. It looks like it's going to consolidate. So these three sectors, plus what I'm seeing in XLY, XLP, okay, these two are giving us the same crossover that we had in 2008 right here when the Fed last raised rates. The Fed told us in June 2018 they were going to raise rates and they were going to do it 4 times. They did it. The fourth one was like the nail in the coffin. Over here in 2007, financial crisis, preceding the financial crisis, we had a 200-day cross, 200-day cross back in 2007. Okay, and let's see, 30 years. Okay, here's 2000. Here's 2007. You can see RSI, very similar on the monthly time frame. We have these bearish divergences. MACD's trying to turn. Okay, so there are some similarities here. Bond stock ratio isn't spiking yet. At these highs, just as we proceeded to get into the highs, you notice the bond stock ratio was starting to spike. We're still at the lows, so maybe by summer, things really start to show some significant weakness. I would definitely be taking some off. If you look at the yearly, we have these 15-year to 20-year runs in between consolidation. We came out of a recent consolidation. This is year number 10. All right, this is 10 years. During this period between 1980 and 2000, right in this area here, the 20-year sprint from 1980, we had a couple of years where we didn't go anywhere. Okay, right here in 91, and again here in about 94. And then we had that run towards the end into 2000. Everybody got very speculative. I don't hear people getting really speculative. All right. So I'm looking for things that I should be reducing exposure to. Okay. Oh, so this little thing that Chris Shabako does, always find very interesting to do. Chris Shabako will take the price action off of the chart and just look at the moving averages. Okay, so going back to 2000. All right, so these vertical reds are where we saw price action roll over. Okay, so 2000, of course, we'd already started moving lower. So this is a very delayed signal here, but still fun to look at. So we were still rising into 2000 and didn't start to turn until 2002 and cross over. If you go to the weekly time frame, so this is a little delayed back here where these crossed over. Okay, it looked like we're starting to turn now. Okay, and the daily. Okay, 2000. We had made a couple of higher highs. We're starting to make a lower high potentially. So yeah, I can see your points. That's why I've been taking profits off, reducing my exposure. What time is it? It's almost 1 o'clock. Let's see what these guys are talking about. They're still talking? All right. TLT bonds are backing off as yields move higher. Barclays Aggregate Bond Fund continues to move lower. Last time we got long was what, 2018, I believe it was? AGG. Okay, it was over here, right over here, 2018. That's when we got long bonds right there where it broke out. You can see that coming off the screen there. Right there is where we got long bonds towards the October, November. That's when we got long bonds right there. Bonds continue to pull back. And over here in 2013, 2014, same thing was going on. We saw the 10-year. Where did you get 10-year? Last time the 10-year hit 3%, the S&P 500 was still making new highs. Many people have been saying, yeah, that was different because inflation wasn't as high as it was. That's true. That's true. I'm just watching price. So there was a potential to rally even as the 10-year backed off in 2014. The markets continued to move higher. Okay, but when we started to run up into 3%, the markets were still rallying. All right. All right, breath needs to continue. We need to see a higher high. If you're bullish, you want to see a higher high, more advancing stocks. We dropped back down below this week, Wednesday, Thursday. Looking to get back above, making higher highs and higher lows. All right, the FANG stocks had a nice follow through for the last hour or so. All right, SPY is drifting a bit lower now. What is gold doing? Gold GLD. Dollar's been moving higher. Gold is still consolidating. The US dollar has been on a bullish run back to 100. US dollar. I don't want that. I want currencies. And I want to see US dollar. US dollar breaking out of this consolidation. All right, the last time the dollar peaked was 2 years after the dot-com bust. Okay. All right, SPY bouncing nicely. $121. DXY, US dollar. All right, so buy until proven wrong. If it gets above 4, if it stays above 450, that'd be great. S&P 500, just watching. All right, the T. Rowe Price Blue Chip Growth Fund. This is one that I'm not adding to. We got a lower high here. Okay, but I am adding to SPHD. These index ETFs. These continue to break higher. LABU continuation. All right, NVIDIA pushing higher. Let's see, IBB looking pretty good. I have some IBB. TCAT, TKAT, nice. Up 23%, looks good. TCAT, Takung Art Company, TCAT. Okay, let's see. That looks good. Looks good there, Prism. All right, watching VIX. VIX moving lower. VIX. All right. All right. So the market's just moving sideways. I know I beat this topic to death, but I am reducing exposure. I am reducing exposure to equities. All right, so let me see what IWR looks like. Mid caps, Russell mid caps. Like SPY is trying to push higher. Okay, it's above the 10 EMA. Looking for a follow through. Buyers did step up. IWR is the Russell mid cap ETF. Contemplating reducing my exposure there. All right, Lucid pulling back a little bit. All right, so the markets are pulling back a little bit. It's after 1 o'clock. All right, AV. EPAM, EPAM, that's up at the highs. EPAM, I'm considering taking some off of this, though it does look pretty bullish. I'll wait until next week, maybe. Sherwin-Williams, that's one that Rob mentioned in the YouTube. All right. Dollar Tree, Sherwin-Williams, Dollar Tree. Yeah, that looks good. Dollar Tree, DLTR. Dollar Tree breaking out, by the way. Dollar Tree from earlier. All right, so we're breaking out 52-week highs. Dollar Tree breaking out the 52-week highs. Walmart, Costco, all these discount retailers seeing action. Walmart, Target at the 200-day. All right, Doji. So Walmart's probably going. Target's probably going to consolidate between, say, I would say 222 and 232 in this range here. Probably stays in the upper half of that range, I would think. Costco, nice little pop there, follow through. Costco. Doji could pull back a little bit before following through, but these look very strong. Dollar Tree, Dollar General, EG, big doji up there. If you got Dollar General, I'd probably be taking a little bit off. Okay, looks good. Sherwin-Williams like this. I like the way this is changing direction. SHW. Sherwin-Williams, follow through day 3 above the 50-day. Changing direction, getting into this little Kirby over here on the left. Berkshire Hathaway, BRKB. Liking what I'm seeing there, Berkshire Hathaway. $362 test on Berkshire Hathaway. Looking really good. Fastly, FSLY. Grover mentioning Fastly. Yeah, I like that too. Fastly. Of course, the company operates the cloud, operates in the cloud for processing, servicing, securing customer applications. Still hasn't made a profit. Earnings in a few days, 28 days on Fastly. Oh, it's what are the solars doing? In phase, consolidating. Probably builds a base here like it did here and here and here. SunPower, looking for a follow through on SunPower. That's also coming back. I like these pullbacks in a bullish trend. It has to hold. Looking for a bounce next week or today and a follow through next week. PayPal, that's one that we've been looking for a trend change to continue. So holding at the 50-day is not a great sign. Looking forward to push back above 122, 123 to prove itself. So far, not so much. SPY pulling back a little bit. IWB, the Russell 1000, IWB. Looks similar. Need to get above these levels here. Okay, Walmart's starting to turn here. Watch Walmart. getting turned. Walmart turning. Looking for more stocks to turn up. NVIDIA pulling back a little bit. Costco looks like it wants to go. I'd like to see an end of day run. Walmart starting to turn. Remember yesterday, I thought this thing was going to fade, and we just continue to move higher. Lulu, low of the day. Yeah, it's got to get above this. Got to get above the 200 day. Lulu. Target. Barclays has a 280 target. So, whenever the institutions start upgrading, especially during going into earnings season, I get a little bit more apprehensive. I do like Target for the follow through. All the stocks, similar stocks, are moving higher, so that's a good sign. It's just in a vacuum. One upgrade doesn't really do it for me, especially in the current situation that we're in. Apple. Let's see what the FANG stocks look like. FANG stocks. All right, so Apple did pull back. So this little pullback, 8-day pullback, looking for a pop or a bounce off of this zone, back above this zone. Could see a little bit more downside. So in many respects, most stocks are showing similar kind of thoughts. I'd like to see more follow through. Right now, I'm not seeing the follow through. Okay, Adobe, benefit of the doubt goes to the bears at this point. Amazon fading back to the 50-day, buyers showing up. Broadcom looking a little bit more ugly. Berkshire Hathaway, I like the way this is trading. Looking for a follow through. Cisco still in a big range since February. Facebook got to get above the 50-day and start to push higher. Broadcasting communications. Google. Microsoft sitting here at the 50-day. All right, so taking any opportunity on the bounces to take profits off is a good idea. NVIDIA, no follow through. PayPal, Qualcomm, Tesla, Texas Instruments. Okay, so the FANG stocks, the top 15 that I follow, they're neutral to bearish. Consumer staples, healthcare, that's the area where I would focus right now. The defensive sectors. Energy, retail, financials. IBB. Looks like it's just going to keep trending. Some of the stocks in the group like Insight, Gilead, turning the corner, Gilead, Pfizer Pharmaceuticals. Pfizer had a nice week. We're right here at 55, so that needs to follow through next week. Pfizer, J&J, Moderna. Okay, bounces the last 2 days. Higher low technically, looking for a higher high. Novavax, that looked pretty bearish yesterday. All right, stick save on that one. All right, Tilray's turning over. Tilray pushing lower. XPON again. XPO again. XPON again. A, B, C, D. XPON, this one we're watching this morning for the bounce. It's an IPO. You can see this higher low, higher high. CC, what is that? C4 Therapeutics, wow. Wow. C4, all right, that is exploding to the downside. CNQ, Canadian Natural, watching for a higher high now. CNQ, Canadian Natural, looking for a push up to at least maybe 65, 40, 65, maybe 66. Energy, pretty strong. Medtronic at the highs, MDT, Medtronic at the highs. Okay, what's Cardinal doing? Cardinal Health and Baxter, I like those. What we saw on those, Baxter, wow, Baxter. MDT, Medtronic at the highs here, MDT. Baxter looking good. All right, so I'm looking for the 200-day, 115.70, MDT. All right, LABU. All right, looking for this to bounce now and push higher. It's still in the early stages of a trend break. We almost got above 20 last week, or at the beginning of the week, looking for the follow through. Okay, so IBB giving us some confidence that we might follow through. IBB. What's XBI look like? XBI. BI. All right, SPY is drifting a bit more. Dollar Tree just off the highs. Dollar Tree. Canadian Natural trying to go here. Canadian Natural. CNQ. Biden administration wants to get more gas and oil from Canada. Apache. All of these look good for next week. EOG, provided they don't fade these highs. EOG breaking out. All right, CVX. CVX looks good. CVX. Oxy. Oxy. Should go next week on Oxy. All right, SPY still drifting a bit lower after a nice pop to the highs back at 11 o'clock. We retested it again at 12:30. All right, so towards the end of the day, if we could stay up here, that'd be great. S&P 500. Stay above 4,500. The vol trigger. That's at what, 44.75. So need to see more positive gamma, more upside. 4,600, there's a large area there, and 45.50 as far as gamma is concerned. 45.50 and 4,600. 4,500, 45.50, 4,600. Nice round 50 lots. Okay, I got to make something to eat here. VIX is starting to turn. Okay, I'm going to make a sandwich. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Low tick alert -800.
All right, just watching VIX here. Need a lower high. Stay below 2110. Looks like VIX is starting to gather a little steam. So if you haven't been taking profits off at the highs, probably not a bad idea. Watching closely for a bounce. Evening session after 2 o'clock, we're looking for some sort of pickup, either higher or lower at this point. 50 days still potentially in play. All right, VIX has just been grinding higher, just watching it at this point. It started turning higher at 1 o'clock. About the same time, SPY couldn't make a new high, so thought it'd be a good idea to start taking a little profits off the table, reducing risk. That's my plan for the last 2 weeks. If we start to break above these recent highs on the S&P, then we'll consider and reassess at that time. So these need to we need to get back above this 4,600 level. We're at 4,500, so that was a major area that we needed to see close above. So really like to see a close at the high of the day. Yesterday we were looking for a close at the high of the day. It didn't happen. Still giving seasonality the benefit of the doubt. No reason really to take a lot of risk on. It's a Friday. We've had a pretty good week for the most part. You know, most trades worked, some didn't. AMD, down a bit on AMD. I'm about down 9.8% on this one. That's one of the few positions I have that aren't working. That did pull back. Riot's the other one, but I did sell covered calls on Riot for $5.35 each. That's $535 per contract. That brings my cost basis down there below 15 for my average. Tilray trying to bounce here. Tilray. All right, the FANG stock's not giving us much to go on. Q's had a pretty steep, there goes VIX. Q's had a pretty steep right tilt to its Vanna chart, which told us that if we move below the midpoint of yesterday's range, that we could see an acceleration of selling. So looking for that to change. Higher volatility as well. All right, looking for a bounce and a follow through.
Take a look at comments from a senior US defense official here. Says that the US has indications that Russia is looking
SPY pushing
to
higher.
perhaps recruit upwards of 60,000 reservists.
VIX still pushing higher. VIX still pushing higher. Okay, coming into today, we knew that we'd probably see higher volatility, about 1% either way from open to close. S&P 500. This isn't really confidence. This isn't confidence building. We're sitting on top of the 200-day, but very easy for us to drop back down to the 50 or so it would seem. That would be between 382 and 50% Fibonacci. 50% would bring us back to 4,400. Currently, we're off 4% at the lows that we saw yesterday. 4% from that pivot high 2 weeks ago on Tuesday. 50%, 382.
Von der Leyen says the EU will accelerate Ukraine's membership.
Keep thinking about oil prices when they drop below zero back during the pandemic. Crude oil, we dropped below 96 yesterday, 97. Let's see what crude looks like right now. Crude oil trading a bit higher right here at 97.35. Crude oil looks like a lower high. Looking for a lower low. We should see crude oil come back down a little bit more, you would think. BTAI, BTAI. Huh. BioXL. All right, starting to see a bounce. VIX is starting to roll over. All right, so watching VIX. This is probably going to be a choppy going into next hour or so, I would think. VIX. I'll keep an eye on VIX for a minute or two. Okay, so we wanted to stay below 2118, 2110, starting to turn back down now. A lower high. Please take the opportunity to sell some into strength. They've been selling into strength, so I'm doing the same. I'm trying to get my retirement portfolio down to 50%, methodically, taking a few things off here and there, backing off some exposure on things that haven't been working.
That is at the top of the financial speed if you don't have a read.
All right, what are bonds doing? LQD, LQD. I'm moving lower, LQD. All right, that's back down to these lows we saw around 116 back in 2020. LQD. Just scanning through some charts. There's really not a lot to do right this minute as we're watching prices move lower. LQD, IWB, highs. VIX is trying to push higher. We're just drifting. Looking for a bounce. Looking for buyers to step up. It's almost 2 o'clock now. Almost 2 o'clock. All right, EPAM. Good. Looking for the follow through next week. EPAM systems.
UK Transport Minister Schaap says that Russia has been added to the UK air safety list due to safety concerns.
All right, SPY looks like a bear flag. All right, so starting to bounce now. Going into the 2 o'clock hour, starting to see some buying coming in, institutions. All right, so that's a bear flag. One back. SPY making a new low here in the evening session. VIX trying to push higher. EPAM. SPX. A whole lot to do here. I'd just take the rest of the day off. This looks pretty quiet. Just fading the recent highs today. Check back in around 3 o'clock. As it stands now, we got another doji, another spinning top. This is the third one this week. right at the 200-day. RSI is remaining above 50 reluctantly. MACD's cross. Stochastics is almost down towards the 20 zone. Maybe we see a bounce in the short term. Drifting a little bit lower. VIX looking for a lower high. Going into the 2 o'clock hour, I'd like to see bulls step up and try to do something here. All right, what's gold doing? GLD, gold. Starting to lift. It's been consolidating for the last 3 to 4 weeks, gold. US dollar is moving higher, so that's going to put a kibosh on commodities for the most part. All right, looking for this to follow through. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was muted, wasn't I? Thank you for letting me know. Thank you. Looking for that transition into the green zone. RSI above 50. Baxter. Okay, so SPY is building off this level. VIX is dropping off, being kind. Baxter. A lot of the oil stocks looking good. ABCD patterns. CNQ, Canadian Natural. Looking for a follow through. Canadian Natural. Yeah, it looks like D, ABCD. I like EOG. That already broke out. EOG. Just trending. Look at EOG. Okay, so EOG looking good. USO breaking out. USO. What does UNG look like? UNG popped a little bit higher. I did sell some over here at 21 and change when we started to see that shooting star. It was starting to lose the high. I took some off UNG. So I missed about $1, $1.25. Now it's pulling back a little bit. UNG. Some of you took Boyle, BOIL. That also is pulling back a little bit. Looking for consolidation. Baxter. Not sure what that means. I'm not sure what that means, but that's cool. Dollar Tree. ABCD. DLTR. ABCD. All right, so we got a nice little bounce there and some selling into strength. All right, so this is really a crappy, choppy session since about 11 o'clock. Made a new, tested the highs again at 12, 12:15, and we faded a little bit. So very choppy day. Healthcare though looks good. Healthcare.
Russia's Tinkoff Bank, citing Russian central bank decrees, says the central bank will scrap 12% commission for purchase of foreign currency through brokerage starting April 11th.
All right, SPY, no follow through. Little bounce there, not much going on. All right, CNQ looks like it wants to go. Canadian Natural looks like it wants to go a bit more. Okay, stocks are seeing some buy programs coming in. Buy programs right here. Buy programs. All right, most of the stocks that I'm looking at, all of the stocks showed a green candle all at the same time. Usually an indication of the start of a buy program, especially the leading big cap stocks, medium cap stocks. Seeing all of these turn at the same time. At this, there goes CNQ. Boom. CNQ, Canadian Natural. CNQ. Nice little pop there, ABCD. Baxter. Canadian Natural, nice pop there. EPAM, Dish, Broadcasting, Oxy. Oxy looks like it wants to break out. EOG, breaking out already. Halliburton, following through. CEG, Hess, nice breakout on Hess. Cardinal Health, up 4% on the day. Nice work on Cardinal. I believe, Prism, you took your calls off. Looks good. Dow. All right, now we just coming back down now. So they sold into that strength there. Go figure. Home Depot, nice follow through. What's McDonald's doing? McDonald's, MCD. All right, so inside day on McDonald's, it's okay. It'll be fine. UNH, HUM. Nice runs there. Yeah, it's 360 here in Myrtle Beach. So that's only $2. Okay, dropping off here. Another move lower.
Low tick alert minus 800. Extreme low tick alert.
All right, so they're selling it into 2 o'clock. So that's your direction. All right, so they got it just grinded higher. Now we're starting to push lower. So hopefully you've been taking some profits off. All right, CLF, steel. These aren't following through. STLD. Okay. All right, moving lower. SPY moving lower. All right, so
Low tick alert minus 800.
big reversal there. Something's not going on. Something's going on the markets don't like right here.
Extreme low tick alert.
All right, market's dropping off here. VIX popping. VIX at the high. SPY continues to move lower. Okay, Berkshire, BRKB. Berkshire. All right, a little drop there. VIX spiked to the highs and now starting to reverse at 2150, 2130 rather. Looks like bear flags starting to form, so be careful. These bear flags could lead to more downside. VIX still moving higher. Bear flags for now. Bear flags.
NYMEX diesel May future settle at $3.31 a gallon.
Low tick alert minus 800.
US crude oil futures settle at $98.26 a barrel, up $2.23 or 2.32%.
Our VIX still pushing higher. SPY looks like it's going to push lower. SPY trying to hold this level. VIX is still pushing higher though, so I'm thinking that we're just going to continue to move lower. Earlier we came down to the lows at around 10 o'clock. We hit 44.70. We're in between the high and the low.
May futures settle at $3.13 a gallon.
Microsoft, big fail. It's back down to 297. Microsoft.
NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at $6.27.
All right, VIX SPY dropping off more. VIX at the highs of the day here. Now we're trying to hold this level. SPY's trying to hold this level. Okay, SPX. Doji, inside day. SPY trying to hold. VIX is trying to turn now. I don't trust it. Looks like a bear flag. Okay, so what happened this week? What happened this week? We popped on Monday. We sold into strength on Tuesday. Consolidated at the 200-day for the last 3 days. So if you've been really active in your trading, your results might be hit or miss. If you manage to buy some healthcare stocks or fertilizer stocks at the lows on Monday, Tuesday, you probably did very well this week. Fertilizer stocks. Looking for banks to bounce a little bit, but fertilizer stocks did very well. Healthcare stocks, consumer staples, stocks like Colgate, Palmolive had a nice rally this week. Procter and Gamble. Well, those did okay. So more defensive plays. Healthcare stocks like Baxter International. All right, off the highs of the day. So I'd like to see this next week. All right, so we're starting to reverse now. Starting to reverse off of this low. All right, we're starting to reverse. Still feels like we could see another lower low and lower high, SP 500. I don't like this doji. Would have preferred, if you're bullish, to see a close near the highs of the day. Right now, this is telling you, neutral. You can see RSI is also neutral right at 50.
Settle at $102.78 a barrel, up $2.20 or 2.19%.
MDT, Medtronic bouncing. Price action right now on the SPY looks like a bear flag. Looks like we could see lower lows. I don't know if you guys saw that Ukrainian grandmother that went off on Putin yesterday. Amazing. Actually, it was today. It was released today. Interesting. She doesn't like Putin very much. All right, we're trying to hold this level, SPY. I don't trust it, though. It feels like we could drop off. That 50-day is just too convenient to be right there to be tested. ABCD pattern. Looks like C right here. I was hoping for a better reversal, maybe a close above the high of the day. Can't see it right now. Got an hour and 15 minutes to go. So it looks like we're going to have to wait until next week. Looks like we're going to have to wait until next week. We got 3 dojis or spinning tops Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We started the week with a pop, and then they immediately sold into that strength on Thursday. Gap down to the 200-day. Still looks like a bear flag, folks. Starting to show signs of short covering. Looks like we might actually get out of this mess. Really need much more bullish look to this candle to close the week. Medtronic bouncing, starting to move higher. Alibaba turned the corner at the lows. Alibaba. Robinhood at the highs here. Headed back to the highs. All right. All right, we're still building off of this level. Maybe we follow through and push higher.
So White House Press Secretary Psaki is currently speaking at a news briefing. We have posted the video on the top of the financial news feed if you do want to have a watch.
All right, we're starting to cruise off the lows here, start to move pretty quick pace. All right, we're starting to pop. Pushing a bit higher. All right, this is not a bear flag anymore. You people are strange. Chocolate's a vegetable? Tomatoes? Yeah, okay. Microsoft, nice little turn there on Microsoft. I know you guys are just having a good time. Don't mind me, I'm just kidding around. All right, so a nice move there on Microsoft. All right, SPY, nice rip to the upside. Okay, we're right back up to that 2 o'clock, pivot high. We're right back to that level. Our VIX starting to bounce. Watch the SPY here. We hit that level of supply and got rejected. Oh boy. Tilray at the low here. It's flat on the day, Tilray. Markets are like asleep right here, not moving much.
Central bank here says the overall limit for withdrawing forex cash remains unchanged at $10,000 until September 9th. This is just building on the earlier headline of Russia's Tinkoff Bank citing the central bank decree says that the central bank will eliminate the 12% commission for purchases of foreign currency through the brokerages beginning April 11th. Russian central bank says banks will be allowed to sell FX cash to individuals from April 18th.
All right, we're starting to fade a bit more. SPY, no follow through. Trying to bounce here. Baxter International. Sounds like I'm saying bastard. You're nuts. Okay, maybe it's just my accent, right? Bastard International? Okay. All right, we're quickly coming up to the 200 day. So a very nice day on Baxter, 2.6%. All right, looking for a higher low. If we can take out 4, 4, 9, 30, 40, maybe we could take it back to a little bit higher levels. I'd like to see a close in the upper half of the daily range on S&P for next week. This week is pretty much done. We've got an hour to go, so they could push this either direction. My preference is to see a close up in the highs of these two wicks. Don't know if we're going to get that. We're still holding on to the 200 day. So this is going to be confusing for everyone, both the bulls and the bears for next week. We had 3 days in a row where we couldn't follow through. Got the 50 day down below. Possible test there. So I don't like it. I don't like the close here. Neutral to more bearish. VIX is trying to turn here. So I'd be taking more things off, going more cash. Let's see, what am I at now? I don't like this I don't like this where we're at right now. We really need to close up here above the 9 EMA. Love to see a close at 45.25. That would be my preference, somewhere up there or higher. So it makes it a little bit more clear what we might anticipate as far as the probability is for next week. Stocks like healthcare stocks like Cardinal Health holding near the highs of the day. Bastard International, according to Grover. That looks good. Medtronic, I'd like to see that follow through. Intuitive Surgical was looking good earlier. Intuitive Surgical, and then it just started dropping off on Tuesday. That was that's INSG. Intuitive Surgical. All right, so it dropped off Tuesday into Wednesday, bounced Thursday, trying to push back up. Amgen looked good. Amgen continuation. Pfizer looked good. Gilead looks good too. Gilead for next week. These look like they're going to follow through. Gilead. All right, looks like we're going to drift back down to the lows. SPY keeps testing that 448.25. So the healthcare stocks look pretty good. They're not giving back much from the highs. Devon Energy, nice follow through. Canadian Natural, getting back. There goes Canadian Natural. CNQ back up to the highs. CNQ looks good. Canadian Natural trying to take out the highs of the day. CNQ is plus almost 2%. LIT, looking for a bounce. Lithium, ETF, nope.
The White House Press Secretary Saki says the US is closely monitoring COVID lockdown situations in Shanghai, so the shutdowns in Shanghai could cause the delays to air cargo.
Looking for a higher low on SPY. We've got less than 50 minutes to go. CNQ is trying to break out. All right, drifting a bit lower on SPY. Not feeling like trading much. This is not, there's nothing here to do. Oil and gas names, healthcare, those doing well. Consumer staples, some industrials, John Deere. I'm looking for a follow through next week on John Deere and Caterpillar. Those should do well. All right, high or low? All right, here we go. Trying for a higher high. VIX rolling over. All right, so giving us some kind of direction. All right, here we go. We're starting to pop. All right, lithium starting to go. LAC, I like it. LAC. Also see what you're looking at here. LAC, looking for the follow through. Nice LAC. LAC, nice little bounce there. Trying to get through that high. All right, let's take out this high here. We can get above 449.50. That should be a nice short covering rally into the close. Nice volume on LAC. 3 o'clock. Started buying LAC. Okay, starting to take out this high right here. Here we go. XPON, XPON liking it. All right, so we're making a new high here, looking for a follow through. All right. Pop to the highs there. And now we're seeing a little bit of selling again into strength. SPY just chopping around here since 2 o'clock. Can't get above these highs. A lack of momentum. Plenty of blocks, but a lack of momentum to push things higher. Canadian natural at the highs. Yeah, I need to take out those shorts above 449. All right, we're coming back now. They're selling into strength again. These guys. Supply just overhead at 449.25. We've got a little bit more than 35 minutes to go. CNQ trying to take out the high of the day.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike.
Yeah, whatever. What a mess this is right here. Trying to get this to follow through, SPY. Not easy. It's not worth the mental effort right now. Oh boy. All right, CNQ is trying to take out the highs. Canadian Natural. Most stocks, most of these oil and gas related names are moving higher. Halliburton, S, Apache. Apache looks good. EOG broke out earlier. EOG just keeps going. EOG. Devon, Murphy, MPC, Diamondback. They're all doing well. They're all doing well. All working together. Okay, there goes CNQ breaking out here. CNQ breaking out. Canadian Natural breaking out. All right, a little pop to 64.31. A lot of these look very similar. XLE, having a good day. XLE, energy, breaking out of this consolidation, ascending triangle. XLE,
So looking out to the early market on close imbalance, it is currently sitting at 104 million to the sell side.
all right, pennies on the sell side, market on close 104, 104 million, that's nothing. XLE, USO, crude oil. SPY still sitting here trying to do something. All right, trying to follow through. Can we see 450 in the next 28 minutes?
We're seeing some data via the CFTC. Equity fund managers cutting S&P 500 CME net long positions by 5,181 contracts to 106,436 in the week to April 5th, while equity fund speculators trim the S&P 500 CME net short positions by 7,137 contracts to 50,837 in the week to April 5th as well. More data from CFTC as well, as speculators trim the US Treasury 2-year note futures net short positions to 72,194 in the latest week. 10-year Treasury futures by speculators, the US 10-year Treasury futures net short positions trimmed by 113,682 contracts to 362,875.
Well, for the last 20 minutes, 30 minutes, we haven't gone anywhere. chopping up and down in a range.
The speculators cut US Treasury 10-year note futures net shorts in the latest week to 362,875, according to data compiled by CFTC.
Low tick alert -800.
Rutro. All right, back down to the lows, testing the lows again. All right, man, this is a choppy mess. Fridays.
So looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, it is still sitting at 104 million to the sell side.
All right, we're drifting a bit lower. Oh, this is choppy. This is so boring. Not much to do. You too, Cayman. Take care.
More data from the CFTC as speculators pare back net long US dollar bets in the latest week.
Oh man, I'm about to fall asleep here. This chop is just back and forth. All right, so oil and gas stocks, a little profit taking, trying to push back up to the highs again.
again. Looking now to the early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 104 million to the sell side.
There's really nothing going on. They're not doing much. Just letting theta kick in and watching options expire. Most of the profits were in the first few hours of the trading day. A couple of little bounces during the day. Healthcare, oil and gas names doing well. Pharmaceutical names like Gilead and Pfizer having a good week. Gilead following through. Looking for this to follow through next week. Gilead, Pfizer from this week. On Tuesday, this bounced nicely. Gave you a nice gain on Pfizer. Johnson & Johnson, also a nice breakout. Amgen followed through, had a nice breakout as well. Oil and gas names, all of those doing well. XLE breaking out of an ascending triangle pattern. That should continue, looks like. The big names like Walmart, Target, Costco, all doing well. So generally, for the most part, it's been a decent week, as long as you're focused. I can't emphasize enough, you got to focus on what's playing to start the week and what's not. Stay away from the stocks that aren't in play. Healthcare, Baxter International, Medtronica, MDT, Cardinal Health, UNH, Humana, UNH. These all did well if you focused on these names. Humana, Rosanna Dana. Okay, so all those did well. The software, hardware, semiconductors, that's my losers this week. AMD. AMD, I'm down 10% on AMD. I like the triple bottom. This is probably going to be higher next week. I'm not that concerned about AMD. Intel, looking for that to also hold this level. AVGO didn't give a good showing this week. That pulled back below 50-day. So semiconductors, not so much. LABU showing some signs. It's drifting a bit lower. IBB looked better. That's stalling, but could follow through. All right, so we're going to pull back in the next 12 minutes, looks like. So we had a lot of areas where we could stay focused. The EVs didn't do well this week. The big motor, General Motors, that's bullish engulfing. Maybe that bounces this week. Ford at the lows. Tesla, of course, was off. That faded some more. Maybe next week this bounces. Materials, was watching for Freeport to do something. It's finally back above the 21-day. Rio Tinto, holding up okay. Vulcan Materials, XLB Materials, okay. XLV, the healthcare sector, shining this week, breaking out above these 52-week highs. XLV, XLP, consumer staples, defensives working. XLU had a nice run this week. So these all did well. Communications, trying to see a bounce on communications. That's holding. XLF financials, we had the 10-year yield moving higher. So financials going into earnings next week. We got earnings on Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley. All of these reversing this week at the end of the week. XLI Industrials. This looks okay. You got Caterpillar and John Deere. John Deere looks a little better. It's on top of the 21-day. John Deere is probably going to be 440 next week sometime. 3M started to look better. All right, so we're pushing lower. So just looks like they're shaking things up. Last minute pullback with 10 minutes to go. So this is the exact opposite of what we wanted to see. We wanted to see a close in the upper half of the daily range, not the lower half of the daily range. So this is going to confuse things. We're slightly, if you can look at this doji, you can see we're slightly below the midpoint of the day.
particular
and most likely will
line is
close a little lower,
Orders
below the 200-day. So that'll cloud next week's potential. Dow Industrials, the DIA, diamonds. This is the SPY for the Dow, DIA, the ETF. Looks okay. S&P equal weight index.
The market on close imbalance settling now at 2.4 billion to the sell side. That's the market on close.
2.4 billion to sell.
2.4 billion to sell.
$2.4 billion to sell, market on close. Okay, NASDAQ, that's closing near the lows of the day as well. So this could be headed lower. Okay, so I'm watching NASDAQ. Okay, so I'm looking at this pivot over here, still in this descending channel. We want to stay off of that lower trend line. Okay, that's okay. SPY pushing lower. VIX popping to the highs. All right, we got less than 10 minutes to go. 9 minutes to go. PayPal, not following through this week. PayPal. All right, it's below the 21-day. PayPal could be lower. Test this low again. A double bottom. PayPal. All right, VIX at the highs, SPY at the lows. Okay. PayPal. Yeah, it gets below those lows. Next week, could see 92, 94. I agree with you, Prism. Lucid continues to drop a little bit more. Lucid, not so lucid. Okay, Medtronic pulling back. Okay, folks, got a few minutes to go for the closing bell. I hope you had an okay week. Look at the price action, and it tells a story. Monday was the only good day for the most part. Yes, yesterday was a nice spinning top. We had nice volatility, but it was at a lower level, sitting at the 200-day. So we started off the week, looked like we're going to bounce after 12 days pushing higher. So basically, since Monday, we've only been lower. And for the last 3 days, anyone who took a long on Tuesday, probably regretting it, sitting here hoping for the best, chopping around for 3 days. So not much going on there. That's why I don't like buying the high of the day. Puts, I don't like buying at the low of the day. Do the exact opposite. A lot of times you'll be better off for the newer traders. Yep. Oh, okay. 1,200 VIX calls for next week. All right. Or for August. All right. So VIX higher, small SPY lower. So you had 3 days of pretty much tight price action. VIX pushing a bit higher. Yeah, I did well to exit a lot of equity positions. I'm down to 64% equities, 35% cash, and 1% fixed income. So, yeah, BMY is fine. Bristol Myers. All right, we got a couple of minutes to go, less than a minute to go. All right, folks, have a great weekend. There's your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from the closingprint.com. It is Friday, the 8th of April. You got 10 days left for Uncle Sam, so have fun with that. Selling premium on positions like AMC, Riot, Virgin Galactic, what else? 3M, and others. Selling premium this week did well. Healthcare stocks did well. XLV, I sold XLV too soon this morning. This did very well. It's coming back a little bit. XLV, I sold it this morning over here. So it came back a little bit. So it's actually below where I sold it this morning. Not too bad. All right, folks, take care. Have a great weekend. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. All the input, all of the setups and everything. Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Ali. Thanks, Susie. Thanks, everyone. Frank, John, Frano, Mikey. Go play golf. Go watch Tiger play. I'm going to watch some highlights. Thanks for everything. Frank, take care. Russell, thanks for all your posts. Anna, appreciate it. Frank, thank you. Cousin Vinny, take a hike, buddy. Thank you, though. Grover, thanks. Nick, Cayman, if you're still listening, take care. Beagle, Brian, thank you for all your posts and the insurance setups. Really appreciate it. Always helpful. Beagle, Mondo, thank you. Cayman, Winter Bananas, thanks. Everyone have a great weekend. Raul, take care. Nice to see everyone. Had a decent day. Anton, thank you, buddy. Take care. Always enjoy the lively banter in the trading room. Anna, thanks. Hope everyone had a decent week. It wasn't the best week. We're not really trending. We're just chopping around for the past 3 trading days, so not much to do there. Captain Cautious, take care. Steven, see you later. Great trades on Walmart, Steven. Nice job there. Looking for Lulu to do something next week, maybe. Maybe we'll get a follow through on the retail stocks. Retail, that's the other thing that worked really well. Walmart, Target, Costco, and Dollar Tree. All of those did well. Money Magic, thank you for everything. Winter Bananas, I said hello. Thank you. All right, folks. I think that pretty much does it. Dollar, take care, man. Appreciate it. Nick Toronto, always appreciate it. Have a great weekend, everyone. Have a great weekend. Uptown. David, take care. David Percy. I didn't see you there, David. Texas. All right, folks. That should do it. Pretty much everyone in the evening session have said good night too. All right. I think that does it. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Sunday.